Okay, I think we're live. I'm not quite sure, at least on my end. Um, Sarah knows we're gonna be live, so she's not gonna come back and say any swear words or anything like that. Or well, she might say swear words, but no slurs or nothing. Welcome, gang, everyone. It's not a Whick show technically. We're on Sarah the Raging Tomato show tonight. We're going to be following her format. She's going to be the host. She's going to be the lead. But what we're going to be talking about tonight is ICE, and we'll get into it as we go. But while we wait, while we get that set up, while everyone is getting ready, hello audience, how are you? So YouTube's been giving me problems today, and it's not showing the chat on the regular screen that I use. So I'm having to use another screen to have the YouTube channel pulled up. So hopefully if you guys chat there, I can see it when it comes up. But if I miss your stuff, it's not on purpose. I promise. Okay. Hopefully this is all working, or hopefully this is all live. Let me check. Give it a quick look-see. Yeah, I can't really tell, unfortunately, because again, my normal screen, my normal studio screen for YouTube, it's messed up. So I don't even know how many of you are there, and I can't really see chatting in that screen. So again, I have to have it on another screen, which is just the live view. So we'll see how it goes. Man, you guys aren't talky tonight. Come on, someone say something. I see you there. There's like 10 of you, at least so far. There you go. Hey, Biggs. What's up? Biggs 8500. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Welcome to the show. How many of you are watching on Twitch? I'm really curious. Iron Zodiac. Poop. Beautiful. Wonderful. Excellent. How's the audio, by the way? Everyone can hear me? Vigilante TV. Where is everyone? Where is everyone indeed? Well, we got started later than we normally do. So that's always a thing. But yeah, I don't know where everyone is. It's Thursday. Hopefully you guys aren't like having lives and stuff. Maybe I've been too good advice to you guys. Maybe I've been giving too much good advice and you guys have found, lives and are busy with family stuff and things like that. Who knows? And friends and things like that. World Wide Web says, weren't you supposed to have that dog makeup? That picture was from years ago, brother. Okay. Years ago. Where is Puppy Whick? He's inside my heart. Okay. He's always there. You just can't always see him. Okay. But he's always there. Roxfist, nice to see you. Fuck Whick indeed. Fuck Whick indeed. It's one of those nights, gang. I know. Sad all day. If you want Puppy Whick, you're going to have to give me a lot of money. Okay. Sorry, just checking a thing. Pew, pew, pew. Having a life, what's that? True. Rinyald's notebook says Wick, good topic choice. Well, it's something that makes me look, and I'm procrastinating getting into it because I want to get into it when the show starts, right? Because the show hasn't started yet. We're kind of in like the waiting room here. We're waiting for Sarah to get back. We're waiting for her to get coffee. We're waiting to get set up. But this is something that I've seen kind of go off the rails during the Trump administration, where all the previous problems of ICE has just been exacerbated almost 100-fold. And today, there was a sitting Republican congressman in Tennessee, I believe, who's advocating for the denaturalization of Mamdi, the guy who won the mayor in New York City, who's now the mayor. He won the primary. He's not mayor yet, right? But he won. They do like ranked choice system. Anyway, he won the first round or whatever against Cuomo. Hansy McHands, Grandma Killer Cuomo. Yeah, he's calling for him to be denaturalized and deported. And gang, he's an American citizen. So we really got to get into this. This has gone too far, far past too far. And I think that the way ICE is conducting themselves is terrible. But we're going to get into it. Is this a normal Throwdown Thursday format? Apparently. Hello, welcome back.
Hello. Did you get all dressed up for me?
No, it's just fucking hot, so I can't wear my fucking hoodie. So that's all.
See, that is a good thing about being in my basement is it keeps it like nice and cool down here.
So you're streaming from your basement?
My basement. Do you want to come stream from my basement with me?
I don't want to be chained to the radiator again, okay? Once was enough.
Again? Come on. One more time. All right. I'm going to put us both backstage. You know the drill. I'll bring you back up 30 seconds before the video's done.
Beautiful.
Are you ready? Any last questions, final thoughts, words of wisdom? Rest in peace.
C'est la vie. Let's go.
I love you. Bye.
Are you ready for it?
I'm a real tough kid. I can handle my shit. They said fake it, gotta fake it till you make it, and I did.
I'm just a terrible person, I guess.
Lights, camera, bitch. Even when you wanna die. Breaking down, I hit the floor. All the pieces of me shattered as the crowd was chanting more. With a broken heart.
And good evening. Why is that so freaking bright? My thing's like gone bright. Hold on. You got a technical. My light just look at this. I look like I'm like go into the light. Go into the light. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. I am Sarah the Raging Tomato here, bringing to you yet another, probably the 898th. I choked on that one. Throwdown Thursday. Oh my god, I can't even talk. Sorry, I choked on that one a little bit. I don't even know where I was. Throwdown Thursday. I've got with me tonight Whick TV here to talk about the Trump administration is claiming that the immigration policies are bad and that ICE behavior makes it worse. You know, this is going to be a rough panel, right?
I'm ready. It won't be as rough as apparently talking, which is causing us all problems tonight. But, we'll get through it.
I know. I am like, it's like I haven't done a show in 4 days. Oh my goodness. What the hell?
You've had me on before. You don't need to be nervous. I'm just an average guy.
Okay. You fixed your hair tonight. You put on a nice t-shirt for me. You look handsome as ever, and I'm just blushing to the core. I'm a blushing tomato. You got me. I'm gone. That's it. So, all right. Mr. Whick. Why is it Whick TV, anyways? Why Whick?
Well, when I was before I started streaming, I used to do a lot of role playing, and my character's name was Whick, and I
Ooh.
just transferred it. That's it.
What kind of role play are we talking about here?
So I used to
Like
play
cosplay?
a game from the AOL days called Gemstone, and it moved to the World Wide Web once AOL went defunct, and it was like a text-based MMORPG. I played it for years and years, and yeah, grew up playing it, and that's what I did. So that's where I am.
Oh, that makes
fun.
sense to me.
Yeah.
It works.
It
I
was
always thought it was.
It's such a weird game because when I left, when I finally got out of it and I cashed out, I made like 10,000 US dollars selling all my stuff. And
Really?
yeah.
Why? I don't remember the games. I mean, I remember ASL, right? Like, what's your what's your ASL? I remember the
17F
chat
Japan.
rooms. What's your cup size? But I don't remember games on there.
Yeah, they had a few. They had this like Mech Warrior game I really enjoyed. They had like Dragon Realms, Gemstone. Remember, I was like 13 at the time, so they were like really big. And I was like, that's awesome. Yeah, that's where we are.
Well, I mean, I always thought it was like a candle wick. I mean, obviously not spelled the right way, but I always just thought of your name as like a candle in the wind.
A candle in the wind, like that Elton John song?
Yeah.
Yeah. Not sure if those are the vibes I'm going for, right? But fair enough.
Well, let's switch the vibe over. Tell me, Mr. Whick from the game, from the role play thing, whatever. Tell me about this administration.
Sure.
Why are the immigration policies bad? And why is ICE behavior making it worse?
So I think one of the things I saw today, I think, is illustrative of an attitude held by many in the Trump administration, but also by many in MAGA in general. Mamdi, I think that's how you pronounce his name, recently won the primary runoff thing they had in New York City for mayor. Today, a Republican congressman from Tennessee, I believe, wrote to the White House and asked that Mamdi be denaturalized. In other words, his citizenship status revoked, and he be deported because he's Muslim and because he's apparently socialist. And this attitude of taking people who have come here the right way, the correct way. I'm not talking about illegals at this point, but we're going to get into that as well tonight. But people who are on student visas, who are on H-1B visas, who are on here in OPT program, which is a program that allows them, after they've studied here in a science or tech or medicine, to work in the U.S. for about 12 months, right?
Yeah.
And kind of like an apprenticeship program, if you will. These things have been attacked by the administration, and it is a problem. And then when you look into how that they are enforcing these new kind of standards, if you want to call them that, for who does and does not count as a citizen, you can look at the degradations that ICE is engaged in. You have people who aren't wearing badges. They're not wearing a uniform. They have no identifying badge numbers or anything like that. They don't provide a warrant in many cases. They're masked up. You can't even see their face. They're snatching people off the street. They're putting them in black vans, and in many cases, disappearing them into the deportation system, detaining them for weeks and weeks before they're even allowed to contact family or lawyers. And it's a travesty, and it's creating this chaos, not only for people who are here illegally, but people who are legal here, who worry that they're going to be next to be targeted, to be denaturalized, to have their student visas revoked because they may have said something in an op-ed once that the administration didn't like. And this is an ongoing problem, and it's putting ICE agents in danger? Because obviously when you have people running up on someone, like imagine you're in the street, right? And you're walking, maybe you're at a cafe or something, and you see a woman suddenly get surrounded by 6 guys with masks who don't have badges. They're not SWAT, they're not police, and they just put them to the ground, handcuff them, and throw them in a van. Eventually, that looks like a kidnapping to me. That looks like a gang kidnapping to me. Eventually, that's going to cause a problem, and people are going to react to try to defend someone that they think is just being attacked by people who are acting like thugged vigilantes. And I think that this is a problem also, because if we can't know who they are, how can we hold them accountable when they do something wrong? When they go and they tackle a citizen to the ground and beat the shit out of the citizen, and then we want to hold them accountable. So why did you do that? Have a punishment available, like we do for cops. When cops do something wrong, we hold them accountable for doing something wrong. That's why they have to have badge numbers. That's why they have to weigh in uniform, etc. And this is just making it harder to even hold anyone accountable. And I think that this is by design. This is what the Trump administration wants to happen. And they want to create this chaos and this level of fear because they want people to self-deport and they want people not to come here. And that's kind of my thesis statement for tonight. That the Trump administration's way that they are going about enforcing immigration policy, which I think is bad in the first place, the way that they're doing it is even worse, and it's creating chaos, confusion, and in many cases, I feel is violating people's rights.
Do you think that for the men wearing masks that you're saying, like they're covered up when they're doing these, I guess, retrievals, you could call
Detainments.
them detainments?
Yeah.
Do you think maybe that's for their safety because because the heat is on right now so much on ICE and deportation that I feel like any ICE members would be at high risk, not only in their privacy but their personal lives, their families, because it's such a hot topic. I mean, obviously we
Sure.
had the um, what are those things called? Those demonstration things, the riots and all of
Protest
that.
riots, whatever you want to call them.
Protests,
People got
riots,
cell
all in
phones
that
now, right?
realm,
So,
right? And I mean, I know if I were a police officer or law enforcement of some sort, and there was a very high profile thing going on that's highly targeted, I'd for my safety, because these men are just doing their jobs, right? That's how we have to look at it. That's how I look at it. They're receiving orders from above and they're just doing their job. So their level of safety, I mean, for instance, like we don't put our names out there, right? Because we're in highly contentious types of shows and there's crazy people on the internet. So we try to keep our privacy as much as we can, to keep our safety levels higher. So do you think that that's a piece of that?
oh, certainly that's the reason that this is being given. But you were in the military, correct? I think you've said that
Hmm.
live on air before, right? When you
Hmm.
were acting as a service member, did you have to wear a uniform?
Yes.
Do you think that having our armed servicemen in uniform in a combat zone, does that increase the risk to them?
Armed uniform in, or I'm sorry, uniform in a combat zone,
Mm-hmm.
assuming with your last name across your
Yep.
chest. Um, uh, yes and no.
Yes and no.
Yeah. So, for instance, I say in one way, yeah, anybody could go and look up that last name, and they could, but they would essentially be
Oh, sorry.
terrorists or something to that degree,
Sorry.
right?
What I mean by that, right, more in danger, is it identifies you to the enemy that you're fighting as a target,
Hmm.
right? That's someone we can shoot at because they're in uniform. Now,
Hmm.
we require people who are engaged in combat, right, our armed servicemen and other militaries, to be in uniform, even though it puts them at higher risk, because it would be much safer if they all dressed in civies, right? They would be able to operate much safer. The enemy wouldn't have a harder time knowing who to target, right? And they would be able to blend in with the crowd better, and it would keep them safe.
Well,
but we don't
no,
allow that.
Your
Why?
uniform essentially allows you actually for camouflage ability, like especially now they have the digicams, so even to the the camera lens, right? Even it blinds you from the camera lens, for instance. So no, actually the uniform in the military is meant to take you off the target point and hide you more.
Well, civilian uniforms or civilian gear is a form of camouflage in a civilian setting, right? So, and yes,
if you're blending in, if you're
in an urban
undercover,
setting. If you're
undercover,
But-
if you're undercover, that makes sense.
But we don't, which ICE is operating in, to be clear. They're operating in urban settings, right, for the most part. And they're going to towns and things like that. Home Depots, nail salons, etc., right? So when they don't wear a uniform, what it does is, yes, it makes it quote unquote safer for them, but it makes it more dangerous for everyone else. There has been a spike in crimes of people impersonating ICE officers and police officers in general, because they know that this is happening. They know that ICE is failing to identify themselves, ICE is masking up, and it's much easier for them to pretend to be ICE agents, to go in, to scare off the employees, to tie them up. In one case, they handcuffed a lady and then took the cash register, basically, and stole like $1,000, all the time while saying, "Oh, we're from the federal government, and if you fight back, you're going to be prosecuted," et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now, this has always happened to a degree, but it's happening more now because people are aware that this is happening. My point here is that while, yes, wearing a uniform, such as a police officer or a military person or any of these people we give insane amounts of power to, does increase the risk to them, but that's part of the job that they accept when they do this, and we do it for a very good reason, because we want to be able to hold accountable bad actors. Like, there's a reason you and I, as streamers, aren't really required. We have a lot more privacy than someone acting for the federal government does, right? Because we have a lot less power. I can't deport people, right? I can't detain people. I ain't going to show up at your house and arrest you.
You don't think influence is more powerful?
Not.
It's that influence that pushes the audience, the people, one way. I think influence is more powerful than just handcuffing people and taking them away, right? Because essentially the people have all, as a whole, agreed that this is good, right? Because we're allowing it, and there is some pushback from the left, but the reason why we all got on board with this was because there's an influential piece coming down that tells us reasons why we should think it's okay.
So,
influence is very strong.
Influence is strong, but you would recognize it as a different kind of strength than hard power. So you have soft power.
Well, yeah.
And you have hard power. I would much rather, right, have someone try to influence me to do something than someone deport me or detain me until I do something. I would much rather have someone try to influence people to be against me than I would to have armed agents show up at my house, hold me at gunpoint, handcuff me, throw me back in the back of a van, and disappear me. There are different levels here, right?
Yeah.
For the most part. Okay, depending on who's doing it. Fair enough. Okay, if you wanted to come to my house and deport me, we can talk. But that's a different conversation than what we're talking about tonight.
Start a whole new business. I will come to your house and pretend to deport you. I will throw you in the back of the van.
If mass people show up to my house, I have a gun. It's not going to go well. I'm just saying. And look.
That's it. I'm starting a new one. It's going to work. Guys, as I put my stiletto on your throat.
Oh, no.
I'm from ICE. Oh my God, my mind just went straight to the gutter. I apologize.
Focus, man. Focus. We're here for a reason, okay? We're here for a reason. What we're talking about tonight, right, is, do we trust a federal agency to have enough power where they routinely do not have to tell us who they are, why they are here, and what they are doing, right? And they don't have to give any kind of reasoning other than we're just going to go in quick, hard, and get it done. And look, there are arguments, and I would find them reasonable arguments if they were going into a cartel stronghold and they wanted to mask up and just kind of do a sting operation and undercover thing, because then they're in actual real danger. The cartel are horrible people, and they'll kill them, right, if they found them. But they're not doing that, and they're not doing that on purpose. So back in, I want to say May, it might have been March, Stephen Miller. Do you know who Stephen Miller is?
Like Stephen Miller Band?
Not the Stephen Miller Band, unfortunately. He's a guy I think he's a chief deputy or something in the Trump administration. The title, for whatever reason, is escaping my mind, but he's a high up. He's a uppity up in the Trump administration. He's in charge of a lot of things. He's got a finger in a lot of pies. He's a terrible person, frankly. But he recently has he went to the ICE headquarters, basically, and he kind of authored a change in policy for them. So previously, and I'm talking the first few weeks of the Trump admin, they were targeting and focusing on violent criminals. Okay, that was the lead up to, and Trump ran on this, right? It's like, we're going to deport the violent criminals. We're going to find the gang members. We're going to find all these people, and we're going to get them, and we're going to deport them. The problem that they were running into is it's really, really hard to find and arrest a violent criminal like that, because, especially a gang member, because they have resources and they will hide from you, and they're pretty good at it, right? To an extent, okay? They're pretty good at it. And so it might take you 100 hours to set up, find, and arrest a cartel member, right? It might take you quite a bit of time, but it's a quality arrest. You have someone that is a violent criminal and you take them off the streets. But the numbers weren't that high. They weren't getting the numbers they needed. According to the Wall Street Journal, right, they were on track to deport less people than Biden did in 2024, which is, a problem, especially for Trump. And so they thought, you know what? Instead of going after these guys, because they're hard to go after, let's go to schools. Let's go to hospitals. Let's go to Home Depot. Let's go to the people who are actually showing up for the immigration hearings. Let's go find the people who are, married to Marines or something, right? And we're going to deport them because they're easy. We know where they are. We can find them. They're not violent. We're at very little risk. And we can get our numbers up astronomically. And so Stephen Miller in May, they went to and they changed the policy, and that's what they've been doing since then. There was a little kerfuffle in the Trump admin where he initially said, well, you know what, this is going too far. We're deporting. I don't know if you saw the tweet he made about how they're going to put a pause in deporting from farm workers and things like that because it was hurting the hospitality industry.
Yeah.
But he's since gone back on that. I would assume at the words of Stephen Miller, who's the author of a lot of this. And this is, again, creating a situation where, ironically, because ICE is not focused on the criminals anymore, the criminals are going free while the people who are following the law and at nail salons and working at Home Depot and things like that are the ones being targeted and arrested. And look, I'm okay with deportations in general if you do it the right way, but I would argue that the way ICE is doing it is not the right way. It's putting, again, maskless. Go ahead, please.
The kind of like the war on drugs, right?
Oh, yeah.
Where do cops typically start when they want to take down the big kahuna?
Oh, they'll find a patsy, someone to rat. They'll look for the low-level guys. They'll bring them in. They'll put their thumb on them and things like that. They start at the bottom.
Yeah. And eventually what they do is they will basically bring in the the bottom feeders, right? Start there. Now they are obviously threatened because it's like, yeah, I can put you in jail, I can do this, I can, put you away for this amount of time, that, or you can just tell me who's next in line, right? And in my mind, that's how I look at this whole scenario is tell me who's next in line. I'll let you go back home. I'll let you go back to your world. I'll even give you papers so that you're cleared out, but tell me who's next in line. Because typically that kind of behavior, or everybody knows somebody, everybody's connected and knows something, right? So that's how I view the situation. And that would be how, if I wanted to strategize and take down the big kahunas, the bad actors, I'm starting at the bottom, 110%, and I will use every bit of be under my thumb, take advantage, coercion, threat, whatever that I possibly can. Because if you're here illegally, number one, I have the power to manipulate that to my advantage, right? As the government, as the law enforcement, I can 110% say you are here illegally, you do not belong here. If you want to stay, here's what I need,
Why
right? And
would
I think
yeah, but why would someone working at Home Depot who jumped the border because they needed a job, why would they know anything about cartels or who's a bad guy or be connected to any of this?
how did they get here? You just said
Usually
they
by
jumped the
overstaying their
border
visas.
or through a trade or through like this that, like all of these different scenarios. They had to know somebody to be able to get the right
Do you know?
paperwork made or the right things put in place in order to be able to stay. How do you
Well,
get that social security number? How do you get this? Who's the next person in line?
so
Then you go to that guy.
actually, that's not how most people come here illegally. Unfortunately, most people who are here illegally come because they overstay their visas. So, in other words, we allow them in to vacation here or for a period to work here or do something on the up and up. And they apply for it and they're like, okay, you can only stay here this long. And once your visa's expired, you got to go. And then they just don't go. So it's
Mhm.
not usually,
But how are they still working then?
well, because a lot of companies will just hire them under the table because of tax reasons,
Mm, I
especially
mean, yeah,
farmers
maybe
and things
there's
like that.
cash workers. Yeah, maybe there's cash workers, but that's an expense that employer has to put somewhere. He's got to write that in the books somewhere, right? So how is he writing it in the books?
I don't know enough
That's
about
a
how
that's
to manipulate the system right like that. But again, most of these people aren't coming through like migrant crossings or things like that. That's just not true.
but I'm sure they know somebody who is.
Do they? Why would they?
I You've got to be in tune with something, right? Like in order to be able to pull off what you put, like if you overstay your visa, your paperwork's out there, your address is out there, something's out there, and if it's not, you found a way to work the system. So where's that coming through? You got to know a guy. Everybody's got to know a guy. Who knows a guy? Who knows a guy?
I think you would be surprised at how easy it is to just kind of disappear in these things and how little people take thought to checking even references. I don't know if you've ever applied for a job where you have to give references and things like that. They don't actually check these things for the most
I
part.
I checked people's references all the time.
Look, I used to look back in the day when I was younger and dumber and less good of a person. I would make shit up on my resume all the time, right? All the
Really?
time. Didn't get checked.
Oh my god. Well, I was the director of compliance. It was literally my job to check all of that stuff.
Well, you know what?
Literally.
You did your job well.
I did
A
my
lot of
job.
people don't do their job well. And some people, like I said, on
Yeah, but how
purpose
do they
because
go
it's
in the
cheaper.
system then? How do if they're so much as even submitting a if you go to a job and there is no resume, there's no application, it's just like show up at this place at this time, you get paid cash at the end of the day, right? There are no references you're checking. But if you're actually submitting a resume or an application, you will be W-2'd, you will be HR'd, you will be all of these things. And that's where the paperwork comes in. And that's what I'm saying. They have to have something built in place in order to be able to. Who was it here was saying like, oh, they are paying taxes. They're using like fake social security numbers, but they're paying taxes. They're doing all of these things. So that number one right there, how's somebody able to get a hold of the paperwork to be able to, get a paycheck and to have a different name or to have a different social security or to have the address and all of these things. So I know a guy that knows a guy. I want the guy. If I'm the government, I want the guy. And then when I get that guy, I want the next guy. When I get that guy, I want the next guy. And if you can just work your way up the little pyramid and you're dismantling the whole thing from the bottom, right? If you pull all the bottom feeders and you pull the next guy, you pull the next guy, eventually it's going to start to crumble anyways. And the big kahuna is going to show his face,
So
right? That's how I look at it. That's strategy.
certainly, but the administration has said publicly that they are not going after criminals and their focus is not criminals. It's quantity over quality, in their words. This is what they say. Now, you can say that they're lying, and fair enough, maybe it's all a ruse, right? But unfortunately for these things, I kind of got to take them at their word on, hey, this is what we're doing. And then I see them doing that. I think it's a good assumption to make that, oh, they said they were going to do this. They started doing this. They're probably doing this. I don't see anything since CCOT, which we'll talk about in a second here because the way they did that was terrible as well. They really haven't done any kind of huge, big name, violent arrests. In fact, most of the people that they have detained right now are no criminal record at all.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of them who do have criminal records, and to keep in mind, for ICE, they considered a criminal record if you were charged with reckless driving and then the case was dismissed. If the case was dismissed, they still consider you to be a criminal. And
Is it
keep that in
process of
mind.
elimination?
What do you
I
mean
mean,
process of elimination?
I'm gonna go round up every person that I find to be illegal, even if they're good people, nice people. I'm still gonna round them all up if you're here illegally. And through that, I've got process of elimination that I'm gonna hit the right one eventually. That's gonna lead me to the right place, right? And if all of these people are non-criminal, we still
Non-violent criminal, to
view
be clear, because technically breaking,
non-violent,
right, being an illegal immigrant
non-violent
means you're
criminal.
illegal, right?
That's what I was going to go to is, well, you still broke the law. You overstayed your visa. You climbed over the wall. You snuck in. You did this. You did that. Like that. That to me is still wrong. If I went and did that to any other country, I could just get shot and killed right where I stand.
Okay. In the Western world, if you break into Britain, they're not going to shoot and kill you, for example,
Right.
or most of Europe. But I
if
can understand what you mean, like
if I try to
China.
sneak into Mexico, they would probably just one bullet and call it a day, right? I mean, come on. I think we're being pretty nice.
Well,
I think we're being pretty nice.
but we're not is the problem. We're sending
But we're
them.
not
And
being nice
this is a good
enough.
opening
We're
for
not
CCOT.
being nice enough. Okay,
Well,
go ahead.
It's no. The problem isn't we're being nice enough; is we're not following proper procedures. CCOT, for example, I'll give you this. Do you remember? I think it was in March, where they flew all those supposed gang members on a plane, packed them all on a plane, sent them to El Salvador to CCOT there, and they were like, "We got all these Tren de Agua gang members off the street." There was a big to-do over Trump specifically, invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1796 or something, and that they were using this to be able to deport all these people, these violent criminals, to CCOT. The problem I have with this is that they sent people to a foreign prison. And again, they didn't just put them in a plane and send them to their home country and let them go. They sent them to prison. And they did that without so much as a trial. They didn't give the people the opportunity to, first of all, they didn't know where they were being deported when they were deported. A lot of them thought they were going back to Venezuela, and they told their family and friends, hey, we're probably going to go back to Venezuela. They're putting on a plane, things like that. They didn't find out where they were going until the last minute. And second of all, they weren't allowed to answer the charges given to them. Thirdly, we now know the process for determining who was and was not a gang member was very spurious. So, for example, there was a gay hairdresser, and the reason, and this is what ICE says, to be clear, this is what the government says. The reason that he was a gang member is because he had a mom and a dad tattoo with crowns on his arms. And that was enough to consider him a gang member, to give him no due process, and to put him in a foreign prison where he was not allowed to contact lawyers or his family. His family found out about it because they saw a reporter post a photo of him being shaved and beaten by the CCOT guards. And that is, again, we're not just talking taking them out of the country and putting them back to their home and then letting them go. We're talking about sending them to prison. And that, to me, requires a higher burden on the government to do that to anyone than it would be to just take them and ship them out of the country. Like, if that's all they were doing, we'd be having a different conversation.
Was he here legally?
Huh?
Was he here legally?
We don't know, right? I'm going to assume for the purpose of this discussion, because they won't tell people, right? They won't tell people who they deported. A lot of the ways we know who has been deported is because of investigative work by people like the Cato Institute and the Washington Post and other such agencies, Bulwark and things like that. But the government refuses to release the list, so we kind of got to guess, unfortunately. But what we do know is for the people who were deported to CCOT, here, I got the stats right for you real quick. Okay, so convicted criminals account for just 29% of the people in there, right? So most of the people in there weren't convicted criminals. That's a problem for me. 65% of the people taken by ICE had no convictions. None.
Or were they here illegally?
According to the government.
I don't know. I'm tired of being nice to everyone.
But it's not.
I'm tired of being nice to everyone.
What does that mean?
I feel like America has bent over backwards and let a lot of things slide. And I'm tired of being nice to everyone. I like the backbone. I like saying, get the fuck out. Right? I like putting a precedence in place to say, if you don't do it right, then get out. Right? I like that. I absolutely 110% like that.
Why does the government not have to do it right?
Is it right according to like our federal?
Well, according to SCOTUS, it wasn't
citizen,
right.
Right.
According to the Supreme Court, they have put they have required them
so
to start giving.
We have our system. We have our checks and balances in place to make sure we're not being too crazy. But like,
But
I don't
doesn't
know.
it bother you that they want to? that you have an administration in place that curses the courts and wants to disobey the laws of the land that we have created in order to take people and again, it isn't just people who come here illegally. They have put out executive orders and they are currently in court to try to end birthright citizenship. They have called on, as I gave you one example, the denaturalization of people who did it the right way because they just want to deport them all. That's a problem.
All right, so let's move to that because
Sure.
you were talking about what was his name again?
Mamdi, I don't know how to look pronouncing foreign names.
Mamdi.
If I'm gonna take
We'll
an L
just
on
say
that every time.
Mamdi,
Yeah, that guy, the New York mayor guy, right? He's not the mayor yet.
That guy,
yeah.
that dude. Okay, so tell me about his naturalization, the revoking, the want to revoke. Give me that.
Okay, give you that. Give me a second. So here, I can put it in chat for you. You guys can read it on the screen. This is from Representative Andy Ogles, and he says this: Zoran, quote unquote, Little Mohammed Mamdani, is an anti-Semitic socialist communist who will destroy the great city of New York. He needs to be deported, which is why I am calling for him to be subject to denaturalization proceedings. Attached is my letter to the Attorney General, Pam Bondi. And again, This is something that they have, again, our sitting representative of a state Congress
Well, it
calling on
says
someone to be denaturalized. That's terrible.
in the letter, it says, according to public reports, including a June 21st, 2025 New York Post article, Mr. Mamdani expressed open solidarity with individuals convicted of terrorism-related offenses prior to becoming a U.S. citizen. Specifically, he rapped "Free the Holy Land 5, My Guys." The Holy Land Foundation was convicted in 2008 for providing material support to Hamas, a designated foreign terrorist organization, publicly praising the foundation's convicted leadership as my guys in quotes, raises serious concerns about whether Mr. Mamdani held affiliations or sympathies he failed to disclose during the naturalization process. That's kind of scary.
Is it? Because he made
Yeah.
a cringe rap, we're going to strip him of his citizenship status? Look, I hate cringe rap as much as anyone, but just because someone raps poorly or says some stupid shit doesn't mean that they should have their citizenship status revoked. That's
Well,
crazy.
he defends it here. He said, while I understand some may raise First Amendment concerns about taking legal action based on expressive conduct, such as rap lyrics, speech alone does not preclude accountability where it reasonably suggests underlying conduct relevant to eligibility for naturalization. If an individual publicly glorifies a group convicted of financing terrorism, it is entirely appropriate for federal authorities to inquire whether that individual engaged in non public forms of support, such as organizational affiliation, fundraising, or advocacy. That would have required disclosure on Form N-400 or during a naturalization interview. So basically, he's pulling him on a technical here.
Do you not see the problem
you
with that?
you just sat and told me, Wick, that don't you want the government to play it by the rules and go by the book? Don't you want them to have to follow the rules that we have in place and do it the right way? You just said
Yeah,
that,
the
and
right
now
way would throw this out.
this guy's calling whatever his name is, Mamdani out, saying there's a technical error here. He failed to report something. And actually,
Hold on. He doesn't say he failed to report. He says he might have failed to report. He does not know.
Okay. Well, so he's raising question. He's raising a flag.
Okay,
Okay.
look,
So he's making
I
a
heard someone DM'd
suggestion.
me
He's
that you
making
killed and ate 3
right.
gentlemen that were on
They
your
were
show. So
delicious,
I think
by the
that the
way.
government should go and look in and start an investigation, should go
Yes.
through your personal records. No,
Yes.
that's not how that works.
Yes.
You need evidence.
If you have reason to believe. Now, I'm also not the mayor of New York.
Well,
Okay?
neither is he yet. He's not yet. He won the
right,
primary on a ranked choice
but when
voting
you're in
thing.
a political position, there's a whole representation and oath and all of these things you have to take, right? So even if remember, I just got done telling you I was the director of compliance. Even if the intention is good, even if you say like, oh yeah, I didn't mean to do that, I missed one, you still are accountable for the action that is missed. It's still out the window. You still failed to report. You still failed to log. You still failed to let somebody know. You still failed to write it down. That's why they say write everything down, especially in the finance world. If you're operating in somebody's portfolio, even if you had a quick phone call with the client just to say, hey, how's your kids doing? You log the shit, right? So even in this scenario, he's asking, did he fill it out on Form N-400, or did he report this information, disclose this information during his naturalization interview?
And the evidence he gives is rap lyrics.
That's fair, but what I'm saying is there's probably I don't think it's just speculation. Somebody's not going to send a letter like that without having something backed up behind that.
Well, what he's doing here, and this is speculation on my part, but I think I'm pretty strong in my speculative abilities here. He's vice signaling. Okay, he's basically using this as a political prop, saying, "Look at how strongly I'm against those Mohammeds, those little Mohammeds. Look at how strongly I'm against those immigrants. I want them all gone, even the ones here legally." That's what he's signaling to his constituency and to the nation at large, because, like it or not, and I don't like it, there is a growing group of people who just want to strip anyone who wasn't born here, and some who were, right, of their citizenship status and deport them. There is a growing group of people who actively say, yeah, I just want that. That's good. And I think that we should do that. And I vociferously oppose those people, especially ending birthright citizenship. I think birthright citizenship is and has been the law of the land for hundreds of years in America. And
I do agree. Birthright is birthright, no matter what. It is what it is. We accept it. And I think we should accept that.
Yeah.
So I still think what this Andy, this
Oglaze, I don't know how to say his name. Pronunciation isn't our strong suit, ma'am.
Oglaze. Yeah, I know we suck at words tonight. To me, I think he's saying and doing exactly what you were just telling me a little bit ago. We've got rules in place, buddy. Let's follow the rules.
He doesn't care about the rules.
I think he's utilizing them to his. See, rules aren't always a good thing.
Can you name someone else who was deported in the last, before the Trump administration, before 2025, right? Can you name someone who was deported because they rapped some lyrics and then didn't disclose in their form that they may have rapped lyrics about a terrorist group at one point?
I think he's speculating that the rap lyrics lead back to a potential affiliation prior to that, an assumption, right?
That's so weak. Do you understand? That's such a weak chain here, a weak link. I rapped about a thing, and because I rapped about a thing, I'm affiliated with that thing. It's just,
here's what I'm going to say. This sounds like another strategy. Do you play chess? I love chess.
I do play chess, but I'm not very good at it.
Well, here's why. Because you lack strategy. All right. What I would do in strategy orientation would be number one, this letter obviously went public, right? That immediately
tweeted it out. Yes.
Yeah, that immediately lets the public know, hey, we've got your eye on this guy over here. We need to look at this. Look, right? That's strategy number one, to bring it to the public attention so that now you can narrative build. Number two, it to me appears he has some form of information he's not putting out there. He knows something bigger than what he's saying in that letter. I would not write a letter with such vagueness, such open, like you're right, like to say, well, he said this rap lyric once. He like sang this song, like my guys, like this obviously means something. I wouldn't would you with
if I was running for Republican Congress, yes, I would. I would not be punished, even if I was wrong. Even if they came out tomorrow and the New York Times reported that there was no connection, they did. If the government came out and said there was absolutely no connection, I would suffer no blowback from my constituency. There would be no downside to lying to my constituency. I would not be punished.
I don't even think it's a lie.
Well, it's for just being wrong. I would suffer no consequences for being wrong, especially if I'm in a deep red district. I wouldn't. I would be seen as a soldier willing to fight against immigration in all its forms, and being willing to lie to do it, or to misrepresent things to do it. And that is rewarded, unfortunately. And and this isn't just a right-wing thing, the left does it for different issues too. If you're seen as a warrior for the cause, they will excuse. You don't have to be right. You just have to be a warrior for the cause.
Well, I mean, do we think?
Well, do you disagree with that? First of all,
no. Do we think that all of our politicians are?
Most of them
honest
Oh, honest? No. Sorry, I thought you were gonna.
Like,
I thought you were gonna go the other way with that.
no,
No, no,
not
we
at
do
all.
not. I do
I
not
think there's a
trust
lot
politicians
of.
further than I can throw them.
I think there's a lot of dinner chatter behind closed doors, things that we. But the question that I always, or not even a question, the statement more so that I like to make is: so do we feel like this information would be in good hands with the public? Sometimes things are better left behind closed doors. If not, we'd be fear mongering. We'd be like it'd be chaos. Like it's better to keep the box closed and contained and on a need to know basis only.
I can see for some information that being the case, but I generally, as a rule of thumb, I think sunlight is the best disinfectant. The more we know, the better. The more the public has access, the better. Again, there are exceptions, right? Obviously, we don't want reporters added to group chats where they're talking about the attack plans on the Houthis. That would be bad. But other than that, right? Like, I think that the public has a vested interest in knowing what the government is doing, who's running the government, and why they're doing it, and their reasoning
The
behind it.
basics. Yeah, the basics.
But in
But I
this
think
case specifically,
sometimes,
right, with
well, okay, I look at
Mamdani,
it. Think about it. We put a show together tonight, did we not?
we did put a show together.
We put a show together for tonight, but you helped me put a show together for next Monday,
Yes,
right?
I did, man.
Now, does the audience know all of the things going on behind the scenes?
Oh, well, no, but all I did was I have no problem telling them. You were
Mhm.
like, "Hey, do you know anyone who has this position?" I was like, "I'll find out." And I did find
Mhm.
out, and I found it out.
Right.
And that's literally
Right.
all that happened.
But what I'm saying is, like, to me, I look at the politicians in that way. There's a lot of things going on behind the scenes that it's like, okay, like we're going to work back and forth with this, do that, send this back, do this. Nope, nope, that's not going to work. Do this, do that, do this, do this. And then finally, the final format is done and presented to the American people, and they say, this is what we've done. Even though there's so much crap and crazy all behind the scenes, late night dinners, arguing back and forth, bad phone calls, hanging up, no, fuck you, no, fuck you, no, fuck you, right? All of that behind the scenes. And then finally, here's what we present to the world, right? Do you really want the American people to see all of that stuff behind the
Mm,
doors?
no, I think that while more would be better, I think that there is a benefit to be able to speak in private with your colleague, especially in such a polarized world such as now. It would have benefits to be able for AOC to talk with, I don't know, Ted Cruz and them to work on something and to get something
Hmm.
done, but they can't publicly be seen to working on it together. But these are different things, and I want to make sure that we're not kind of tying things that are not the same together. So
Hmm.
when this representative is making a public accusation, right, and a call for action that someone lose their naturalization, lose their citizenship, right? A punishment is inflicted and they are deported because of that, then yes, I think the public has the right to know. If you have evidence that he has done X, Y, or Z that you were saying warrants denaturalization proceedings, the public has the right to know what that evidence is.
Hmm.
Because it's,
Well, I
again, a
mean, and
public call
he
to a
is
public
publicly
figure from another public
putting it
figure.
out there, right? But I mean, it just sounds like a Karen move, honestly. Like, or Leslie. I hate my neighbor Leslie. She's such a bitch,
Leslie.
and
Fuck Leslie. Screw
fuck you,
Leslie. She's
Leslie.
terrible. Okay.
But like making
Oh,
those
jeez.
public Facebook posts, like somebody's dogs are outside barking. Somebody needs to take care of that. Like that's to me, that's what I look at.
But the
This.
administration, like the administration is trying right now to get rid of birthright citizenship. They have revoked student visas from people. They have revoked the immigration status from swaths of people for no reason other than that they have that ability. So when you have a politician making this claim in this environment, I think it is warrants taking more seriously than I would some dumb chatter, right? Making saying I'm gonna find you, Whick, and I'm gonna F you up, or I challenge you to a boxing match. I'll give you $20,000. Yeah, I don't take those people seriously, okay? And look, all I'm saying is I told him the 28th, and I haven't heard shit from Andrew Wilson since then. So I don't think we're going to be boxing on the 28th, unfortunately. But that's only because he's a coward. Let's be clear.
All right.
But that's another topic, right? But you understand what I'm saying about what you can take seriously and what you can't?
Tomatoes in the chat. If you want to see Andrew Wilson and Wick TV boxing live, I will host it in my backyard with a little kiddie pool full of Jello, maybe mud, and you got to wear Speedos with your American flag Speedos. Tomatoes in the chat for that. If you'd like to see that, I will collect your $10 at the door. Okay, so where did my thought bubble go?
I don't know. It got deported. I found it.
Got deported. Oh, the student visas, any type of visas, right? Work visas, student visas, the H1B
visas, yes.
H1B visas, like that's a privilege, not a right.
I understand that the government has the power to revoke them. All I'm asking is that they don't revoke them for stupid reasons.
But they can.
Just because you can do something, does that mean you should?
If we like ended up in World War III right now, right? And for safety purposes, for ensuring there's no sleeper cells or whatever crazy, conspiracy theories you could come up with. And we said, look, we're going to war with like half the world right now. Everybody out. Right? Because we have to worry about external issues. The last thing we need to be focused on are internal issues. Everybody out, be gone, bye, come back another time. They can do that.
They did it in World War II with the Japanese internment camps, and is largely seen as a blight.
Well, that was illegal.
Okay, but you understand, like,
they
whether
put
or not
them in camps. They didn't boot them out, right? Like, if you're here on a visa, you're here on a visa. Like, you're not.
And honestly,
I'm okay.
With most visas, they only have certain ways. Like,
let me do this. Let me do this. All right, Wick. I come over to your house. Okay. I am a visitor and a guest in your home.
Okay.
And your mom just starts getting rampant and throwing a shit fit, and she's yelling and screaming, and you're like, all right, so Sarah, it's probably not a good time now. I hope you enjoyed the coffee, but I probably need you to go, and maybe come, I'll call you and come back another time. And I'm like, no, that's not fair. I want to hang out. But well, Sarah, like my mom's obviously, I'm trying to deal with my mom, so I need you to go, right? Like, I'm a guest in your house. You can tell me to get the fuck out anytime you want.
So I agree for my house, but not my neighborhood. I couldn't kick you out of the neighborhood or the city because I don't like you, nor should I be able to. Even if you're very rude to my mom, or even my mom is very rude to you, right?
Well, because the city doesn't belong to you, but your house does.
Exactly. And the country belongs to us.
Our government is telling our guests to get the fuck out.
Hold on. Who does the country belong to, in your opinion? The government or the people?
It belongs to us, but for our protection and safety, we have the government in place to make these decisions on our behalf, and we have employed them.
It's wild that you trust them.
So
it's wild that you trust them so
Nobody
much.
trusts them.
Why are you giving them so much power then?
Well, if we're gonna go with the idea of external people, right? Like, okay, who would you trust? Would you trust your friend who you grew up next to each other you've been friends since you were in diapers, yada yada, or some random dude who joined your friend group last week, right?
In extremis, the government does have a lot of power. The executive branch has a lot of power. Too much for my liking, but it does. And I could just concede that to you, that whether I like that it has that power or not, it does. But that power is not unlimited power. There are, and I would say rightly so, limits on what the executive branch can do when it comes to deportations. There's not a lot, but there's a few.
But again,
and this analogy of a house doesn't work.
Privilege, not a right.
But when you get a visa, when the government hands you a visa, there are certain restrictions that you have, but there are also privileges you are granted that cannot be just revoked on a whim. There has to be reason to do so. So
why not?
Why would anyone ever want to come here if they knew that they had
a visa is a guest pass, right? I mean,
but it comes along with certain privileges that cannot be just revoked by fiat. There are restrictions. It depends on the visa, because there's a ton of visas, right? There's a marriage visa. There's work visas. There's visiting visas.
Yeah,
student
visas are very different, but student visas, work visas, the H-1, like all of those things are privilege. We're bringing you over here for some... And they come with
privileges and protections.
Privileges, not rights, though.
But protections as well, right? And protections from just having it revoked the next day. It's like a contract in a lot of ways. And the government is giving its word that if you keep your end of the bargain, we will keep our end of the bargain. And it's a problem for me when the government breaks its word.
Why are they not able to just revoke visas? Where's that rule?
It depends on the visa. This is why these discussions are so hard, right? Because it depends on the visa and the status. Like a legal permanent resident has more rights than a student visa holder, who has less rights than someone who's going for a marriage visa, etc. But do you just understand, and do you understand that different styles of visas comes with different protections? Do you at least cede to that?
I don't know. I haven't seen it.
Okay. Well, I can look up one right now. We can find it. We can go through the minutia, right? But I think the broader point, if I can show you, let me ask this: if I can show you that a legal permanent resident grants with it certain protections, right? That you, for example, can't just be snatched up off the street and just deported without a hearing like a normal immigrant can on a student visa or something, right? If you just cede to that, or if you cede to the fact that if I can show you that this is true, would you at least understand, or would you at least grant me that if this is true, then the government breaking its promises is a bad thing, and we don't want them to do that?
Government breaks its promises all the time. Let me ask you this.
It's bad, though. It's bad when they do that.
Why? They're just visitors. Like we're giving them something that they, it's the American dream, right? Come here, learn at our schools, do these things, be able to send money home, so on and so forth. I think that's great. It's a privilege. But do you think that a person here on a student visa, a work visa, or anything of the such carries the same rights as an American citizen?
Obviously not, but that doesn't mean they have no rights.
They have privileges.
No, they have rights. So, for example, they are protected under the 8th Amendment. That's one of the... we can't, for example, just because someone's here on a student visa, doesn't mean we can put them on an island and hunt them for sport. They're protected against that. We can't do that. They have protections. They have rights. And that's one of the rights that they hold. They can't, for example, be forced to incriminate themselves. They have the right to plead the 5th. That is one of the rights that they hold. The First Amendment right protects them largely, right? We have, again, the right to due process, the right against unlawful search and seizure, right? These are basic foundation constitutional amendments that they also, anyone who is dwelling within our borders, whether they be here as a citizen or whether they be here as a immigrant or an illegal immigrant, that they are granted these rights. It's not the same as citizens. Citizens do get more. For example, citizens can vote. Illegal immigrants can't, right? Immigrants, I don't believe they can either, but I'd have to check states' laws and things like that. But federally, I don't think immigrants can vote unless they're citizens. And that's fine. But the ones that we have granted them and given all the people within our borders should be upheld.
But all of that goes out the window if and only if the risk of the American people is greater than that person's rights.
That's a terrible precedent, because that applies to citizens too, right? You would grant that to citizens, right? If the government,
I'm talking about people who are here on visas, work
but why wouldn't
visas, student visas, all of those
if the
things.
threat is
like
big enough,
America comes first, always.
Okay, but if
why are we? And I'm not saying they're second class citizens, but what I'm saying is, like, you're a guest here, right? Like, if you came into my house, Wick,
sure,
and I started to feel uncomfortable with you being in my house, and I'm like, I don't like this. I'm not feeling very safe. Wouldn't it be my priority to make my safety the first and foremost priority? And the discomfort, it's going to be uncomfortable saying, "Hey, I'd like you to leave now," right? I'd like you to leave my house because I don't feel comfortable with you being here. I don't feel safe. Goodbye, right? It's uncomfortable to say that to anyone, or even to a group of people. But it's like, our safety first.
But here's the problem with this. This is the same logic that people have used to censor people and get them kicked off of public spaces like Twitter, public spaces like YouTube, because they don't feel comfortable. First of all, a house and a nation are very different things, and they are not the same. They are not analogous. And again, the same logic that you've been using, that the safety of the nation comes first, is what was used in the Patriot Act to strip a lot of Americans' rights away. A terrible precedent that set. It's something I oppose, and I hope most people oppose, like being able to like wiretap your phones and just go in. That's something they've done to citizens for the same law. If I can finish,
that's tapping into the citizens, not to.
But the logic that they're doing is the same that you just used. That there's a big enough threat. America is bigger and better than just one of its parts, and we have to protect the whole. And so if the individual suffers for that, oh well, that's too bad, but they're going to have to take one for the team, right? That's the same logic. It's the same logic that's being used, and that's what I fear is going to happen. They're going to set precedents by what they're able to do to even legal permanent residents, right? Immigrants who are here legally. And that precedent will be the thin end of the wedge that gets us in to them taking and stripping the rights from American citizens. And they've demonstrated that they're able and willing to do that with the Patriot Act. It wasn't too long ago. Less than 30 years ago, we had this happen. It's going to happen again if we let it, and we should not do that. And the way we stop the government from stripping rights away from anyone is by protecting those who are most vulnerable, and in this case, it is immigrants. I'm not saying don't deport anyone. I'm saying do it right. And ICE is not doing it right, and the Trump administration is not doing it right, and they are doing it in a way that threatens me, you, and every other citizen out there.
Okay, I'll let you stand on that hill.
Beautiful.
It's gonna be
ready.
It's gonna be a fun one. Here's what I'm gonna do to the viewers out there in Mater Nation. This is our fucking house, bitches. Protect this fucking house. That's what we're gonna do. Stand up, rise up, own it. Wipe your feet off at the door when you come in as well. We will go into open panel, a dumpster fire. Did you have fun with that? I thought that was fun.
Did you? I enjoyed it. Well, I always enjoy talking. That's why I stream. I just like the app.
I love well, that too, but I love being able to give pushback. anywhere I can, and most of the time I can't. Most of the time I'm just like, I don't even understand what you're saying. Not you, but like other people. I'm like, what the fuck are we talking about?
I tried to
This
make my
time
words
I was,
understandable, but yeah.
I mean, and I don't even know the crux and the details of what you're talking about, but on the surface level, I felt like I could push back on that. All right, yeah, Maters unite. Mound up. All right, start hopping backstage. Oh my gosh, it's already bleeping off. All right, let's get through some super chats. We'll read off those, Wick, and then we'll have some fun. I see him back there.
I'm ready.
All right, Evan Lord with the big 5 says, "Congratulations, Wick, for no longer being Destiny's eunuch." Eunuch?
I don't know. Okay. I'm not sure what they're
What
talking
the
about.
fuck's a eunuch?
A eunuch is someone who's had their balls snipped off. A guy.
That's
A eunuch.
oh,
They made them so they couldn't get the concubines pregnant. When you had the king who had all his concubines and it was guards, they were guarded by eunuchs so they couldn't impregnate the harem, and so everyone knew if they got pregnant it was from the king.
shots fired.
Yeah.
Damn. All right. Evan Lord follows up again. My cousin married a Canadian illegal immigrant. He didn't go to his mother's funeral because he didn't bother becoming a citizen. He should be deported. My cousin married a Canadian illegal immigrant.
Was his cousin the woman and the Canadian illegal immigrant the man?
I mean, is this like I've got a girlfriend in Canada? I swear she's beautiful kind of story? Is that what this is? That's what it sounds like to me. Like the Evan Lord follows up again. Evan Lord's been busy and he's backstage, so maybe he can help us with a couple of those. With the big 5, there was a Giga Chad that dressed up as Joe Biden in Texas and forced illegal immigrants to work for free because he tricked them. All right, that's cute. Chuck in Tennessee sends a big 5. Sorry, pal, they didn't worry about laws when they entered, and that is like the forever argument for that one. You know what I mean? Like,
do criminals get rights?
Sometimes
Yeah.
I wish they didn't. Sometimes I wish that, I mean, I'm glad we have them in place to ensure that, we have the proper procedures to confirm this person truly is doing
Criminal?
wrong.
Yeah.
Right. But, like you cling to our laws after you break them, and it's just I mean, it's organized chaos at its finest, and it's a very backwards motion kind of circle. But yeah, like I think the argument is like, well, we have the right to this, we have the right to that, and it's like, yeah, but I have the right to not have you be here and not be subjected to this bullshit with all of your crazy shit that you bring when you come over here illegally. That's why I asked you, like, do American citizens have more rights than somebody who's not here? And that to me is the core focal point, is like we're like bottle feeding people that are not on this level, right? Like
Yeah,
we're doing what we're supposed to do.
but we have more rights, but that doesn't mean they have no rights. And that's the big argument, right, that we're having. Just because I, as a citizen, have more rights than a Canadian immigrant doesn't mean that the Canadian immigrant has no rights in America. And I'm glad. I think it's good that we, as America, as the land of the free, will protect the rights of even people who are visiting here. Because I don't want to be a country where we tell visitors, you better watch what you say. Because if you say anything critical of our administration, we're going to put you in a box for 2 months and then deport you.
Okay, let me bring it back to the house. If I came into your house and I'm like, Wick, I don't fucking like any of the way you set your house up. Your pots and pans are on the wrong side. I don't like the way you cook dinner, and I definitely don't like the TV shows that you like to watch during the day. This is fucking stupid. Why are you even existing? Right? And at that point, would you be like, "Oh yeah, take your shoes off, sit on down, come, can I make you some coffee?" You know what I mean? Like, you're not going to be very inviting.
No, but
I
I
think
couldn't
if
chain
you
you to my
are a
radiator and kill
visitor,
you.
I think
You would have protections against that.
No.
Yes.
I mean,
yes, you would.
or
I promise you.
or if I don't like your house, how about I just fucking leave?
But again, a house is not a nation. These are disanalogous. They're not
But
the same.
it is.
I can't kick you out of the neighborhood.
Is.
I can't kick you out of the city, and nor should I be just because you're annoying.
But this is our house. This is our house. Yeah, K2 keep on trucking with the big 5 says, Sarah, be meanie. Yes, I will be a fucking meanie. Get the fuck out of my house.
Let's go.
A gestural with the big 10 says, let your inner bitch rage. Salute, nice is over. Yes, everybody's going to burn. I don't know, but I just think like this is my house. Get the fuck out. I'm tired. I'm just tired of being nice. Another new account with the big 5 says, I'm also tired of being nice. I wish we had the same border enforcement as Switzerland, Israel, Japan, Poland, etc. Why can't we?
We're not the
I
same
think that
country.
aren't they pretty
different
like
laws
aren't they pretty strict on entry and stuff like that?
I can't speak to Switzerland and to Poland, but I can speak a little bit to Israel and Japan. And yes, they have very strict immigration policies. But that's the thing. We have a set of laws, a system in place that is remarkably different than these other countries. One of my most frustrating things talking to lefties is when they think that they can just import a system from the healthcare system of Switzerland into America and it will be hunky-dory, no problems, it'll be fine. That's not how that works. We have a different culture here. We have different problems. We have a different makeup. We have a different system of government. You can't just plug and play these policies into place. It doesn't work. And I wish we would stop trying.
Fair enough. Another new account also asked, Whick, does the same mask stance apply to rioters? You said you don't want them on the people who are enforcing the laws. What about the people who are breaking them?
I don't think anyone should be wearing masks, whether it be rioters or police. If you're not going to let the people wear masks, then you sure as shit shouldn't.
JB Peltier says, Retro. Yes, you open the can. Evan Lord says, how did New York elect a radical Islamist before Detroit? The Muslim core population is larger in Detroit than New York. Sarah, favorite type of cheese? The pepper jack, like the one with the hot stuff in it.
How did it?
All right.
Well, I think a lot of people are reading too much into the mayor race of New York City. It's a local election. It has local issues, and people trying to make a big national deal out of this, they're missing the mark. And as someone who has never lived in New York City, I can't really speak to that. So I don't know.
That's fair. Southern Man 777 with the big 5 says, Sarah's right. Whick is a libtard.
Well, he didn't spell my name right, though, so I don't know who he's talking about.
He's talking about the candle in the wind.
Elton John, maybe.
Robert Schweitzer with the big 5. Whick, why do you even have a U.S. flag up? You don't believe in national identity, culture, or say the word for me because I can never say it.
Sovereignty.
Thank you. America first or not at all.
So I would say I'm more American than whoever Robert Schweitzer is. First of all, the national identity, culture, and sovereignty that I believe in something that my forefathers fought for and I fought for when I served in the U.S. military, does not, right, violate the rights of the visitors who come here. It provides protections for them, and the bad ones, get them out of here. Fine. But the ones who are trying to do it right, especially the ones who've gone through the process and been accepted, and we have said, hey, you're here as a legal permanent resident, right? You're here on a student visa. I think that they should be not subject to routine harassment by these basically masked secret police that can come in, not show a warrant, not show their faces, not identify themselves, and just take them black bag them and deport them away. I reject the notion. I think that the national identity, culture, and sovereignty of Robert Switzer, does he even live in America? He sounds like he lives in Germany. That's all I'm saying.
Well, this is my fucking house. I'm an American. Fuck
and
yeah.
why are we allowing these Russian bots, these German bots, all these bots come in and influence our decisions like that? I don't know.
Robert Schweitzer, you have some explaining to do. Are you Canadian, Schweitzer? K2, keep on trucking with the big 5. Horse video from my favorite person in chat, Kissy Cat, when the panel opens, if she's here. And I will 110% get that playing here shortly. I'll just wait for the right moment. So Kissy Cat and K2, stick around in the chat and wait for your sexy horse video. John Mosman with the big 5. Hello from Omaha, Nebraska. And yes, most Leslies are bitches. Confirmed. Fuck you, Leslie. Fuck you very much.
Should we deport her?
Fuck you, Leslie. Fuck you, Leslie.
Should we deport her? Do we even know if she's a citizen?
She's definitely a citizen.
How can you tell?
Unfortunately. Well, I know she is a government employee. I know she's been here in these houses since they were built, which was 20 years ago. So yeah, I think she's definitely.
I don't know.
Yeah, and she's too much of a Karen to not be, right?
Fair enough.
Like the Karen mode only applies to oversized, short haircut American women who just fuck you, Leslie. Anyways, Chuck, and apologies if there are Leslies out there that might actually be chill, but you might want to go by your middle name because I'm changing the Karen name to Leslie. You watch it. It's going to happen. I'm starting a trend. It's going to be stop being a Leslie, okay? Chuck in Tennessee with the big 5 says, I vote to deport your guest. Aw, you've been deported, Whick.
I'm too white.
See, thankfully, my rules apply where you get to stay. K2, keep on truck with the last one, and then we'll get our panel on here in just a second. It's not Detroit. It's Dearborn Heights. Where's Dearborn Heights at?
Dearborn Heights, Michigan.
Is that Michigan?
I believe. I think. Oh, look, geography is not my strong suit, but I believe it's Michigan. It's has a very heavily Muslim population.
Fair enough. Well, are you ready to meet your panel and have some fun?
Let's go. Let's bring it.
All right, let's bring it on. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you know my drill. You're all panelists who have been here before, so you know if I tell you to shut up, you shut the fuck up. Outside of that, I hope you all have fun. Enjoy your conversation. Feel free to restream as you please. Sasquatch, you were the first one here. What say you, sir? And while you do that, I'm taking a quick tinkle break. Be good.
Whick TV, my brother.
What's up?
Does America have a culture?
Different parts of different cultures, but sure, yeah.
Oh, so America itself doesn't actually have a culture. It's just a bunch of immigrants that showed up randomly.
No, the culture has evolved over the years, but I would say the culture that we have is also shifting, I think, right now. But when I was growing up in America, right, the culture was one that was pro-free speech. We tolerated each other's differences, and, you know, apple pie, hot dogs, 4th of July.
There you go. Now you getting it. Okay, so America has a culture,
yes.
We just want to defend our culture. Is that so much of an issue?
I think that you're attacking our culture right now. My culture, American culture, is under attack by people like you.
Like me?
Yep.
I'm just asking a question, brother.
No, well, I think that the question is
that's
driving to
how
a
you
point. No,
inside.
Hold on. The question is driving to a point, correct?
I want to know how you feel about American culture. You did a pretty good job at describing what American culture might be perceived as.
I like our culture. Our culture is better than other cultures. Our culture is
really
good. Yes.
Okay, can you describe other cultures?
Or would you rather export American culture?
Hold on, one at a time, because I can't hear both of you at the same time. Sorry.
Would you rather import other cultures to America or export American culture elsewhere?
I think that importing other cultures, I believe that, well, for example, I'll give you an example, okay? So there are portions of other cultures that I think are better than American culture. For example, Chinese culture, they take care of their elderly in a way that we do not, and I think that's better. And if I could graft that onto American culture, I absolutely would. However, I think we do free speech and almost everything else better than the Chinese. So I'm very big on taking what works from other cultures and putting it into ours. And that's part of our culture. That's part of American culture. Culture is grafting on other cultures into us and becoming more than the sum of its parts. And I think that by importing our culture, which we do, and do you know how we import our culture, sir? One of the major ways?
Immigration.
Yes,
absolutely.
Student visas specifically. We allow them to come to our colleges, to stay in our cities, to learn and to grow in our American melting pot culture, and then we send them back home where they can spread that to their family, friends.
Do we actually
hold on. I really want to kick into this just real quickly because I'm really being bothered by this conversation. I'm going to ask it outright. Out of all this panelists out here, thank you for having me, Sarah. I appreciate it. Thank you. Out of all the panelists here who have migrated in their life, who have exited their country and have gone to live to another country.
My dad was in the military and I've been in the military, so me.
I haven't killed anyone recently either, but I'm not trying to go out and try that.
Technically, I was a dual citizen.
Oh, okay, fancy. So out of all the panelists, only 4 of us have lived and experienced migration outside of our borders.
Yes and no.
Which point?
Yes and no. And out of those 4, I am the only one who throughout his whole life, by the age of 16, I had lived in 6 different countries. United States, Mexico, Argentina, Ecuador, Venezuela, Costa Rica.
Are you claiming some sort of expert status here?
Hold on, Sasquatch. I know you love to bombardier conversations with that bullshit you throw.
I've seen you drivel along straight. Myself, so we're going to have a conversation, and it's not going to be a soliloquy by you.
No, but it's not going to be a clown show by you. So let's put this on this perspective.
God, I need a clown nose.
The majority of here don't even know what the hell you're talking about. The experiences, the knowledge in that sense.
You are claiming expertise, aren't you?
What angers me the most and what frustrates me the most in this conversation is, let's put it this way. The United States situation with irregular migration, it is in its majority its own fabrication because of its own foreign policies and the impacts of those foreign policies. Not excluding, and I want to make sure this is clear, not excluding the internal problems of each country. I can refer to, and I can give a masterclass in regards of the Latin American and the migration. For example, Venezuela. Out of the 8 million people who have migrated, only about 5% have chosen the United States. The majority have chosen countries of grounds.
Can I ask you something, though? Do you believe, okay, so a lot of times we look at something like MAGA and say, well, I understand this because I understand Donald Trump, so I understand why Donald Trump talks about immigration. But do you, in any world, when we think about this sweeping platform and reform from the White House, do you believe it's possible that immigration can just be a policy and not a total paradigm?
I wish it could be just a policy. But the problem is that for the past 80 years, even more, if we talk about the last 200, 250 years, it has been a paradigm. So if you want to just shift it to a policy, lovely, but fix the problems that you have in regards of why irregular migration happens, why undocumented migration happens, why the so-called badly illegal migration happens. Look, the difference between illegality and legality is an economic one.
Still
So
going, bro.
to me, the reason I can't agree, and I'm not going to bogart. I just wanted to fit this in, is that as an American, you know, the thing of seeing ICE drag people out by their heels, by their socks, by their shoes, this is incredibly inappropriate. It also doesn't speak to any truth that Americans are familiar with, right? If I don't understand the cost, if I don't understand the impact on human well-being, I'm not going to understand a gosh darn thing. And so when you say that we have this 250-year paradigm, I say absolutely, totally, yeah. That's it. That's my time. See you guys.
Look,
my God, 10 minutes. Hold on, you got 10 minutes in the back, Doc, which is actually less time than Ryan, because Chuck sent 20 to send Ryan to the back, but then Gourdzilla backed it up with another 5. So Ryan had 25 minutes in the back, which is now sitting at 21. And Doc, I'm starting your 10-minute timer now. And Doc, did you notice I gave you your own emoji in the membership tab? No ducks.
Hey, let me put it this way before you kick me. Duck has an emoji in the back for being a libtard. Okay. And so glaze it up, guys. Glaze it up. If you don't like Duck, provide that visual cue that people aren't a fan of my political beliefs and the way I debate. That's it. Debate. That stuff's all fine. That's awesome.
All right,
go
play with your duckies. Go play with your
I
duckies.
like roast duck.
Well, it took under 10 minutes.
I know it didn't take long. I wanted to ask, Ditso, you're speaking from the experience as an immigrant, but do you have experience as a naturalized American citizen?
Of course, I am a naturalized Central American citizen. So
Central
in that sense,
American.
No, sir.
Again, the question
like
here,
the United States of America citizen.
As a United,
it's an interesting thing that Disto said, right? He said there are a lot of citizens from LATAM that want to come to America. So the question is, and he's like, why do they want to do that? They want to do that because they look for, and correct me if I'm wrong, and tell me how I'm wrong here, they feel like there's a better life here, right?
Okay, so let's put it into perspective. Latin America in 33 nations has 660 million people currently living in them. That is from Mexico down to Argentina plus the Caribbean. That doubles the population of the United States. The amount of people who are migrating are originating from 3 or 4 major areas, which are Mexico, the Triangle of the North, which is Honduras, Guatemala, Salvador. Then you have the situation of Venezuelans, which out of the 8 million, only about 5% have chosen the United States as their destination. So it is untrue that we have to analyze why migration happens. What are the economic, social, political factors that force that?
Well, hold on one second here, though, right? So they're choosing other countries, but they're also choosing our country. And how many of them are actually coming here legally?
Right now, the majority of migration that happens to the United States is
actually legal.
Legal. So anywhere between 85 to 90% of migration that happens annually to the United States is legal.
Yeah, we're not concerned with that.
The real point of it is that nobody's actually arguing here, I don't think, that legal migrants are a problem, right? Like we accept people from China, we accept people from Latin America.
Confirm that, please? Because hold on, can we confirm that? Because while you might not, I've argued with plenty of people who say actually legal migration is a problem too. So is there anyone, I just want to confirm, maybe you're correct, but is there anyone who thinks that legal migration, I'm talking about visas, H-1B visas, student visas, is that a problem?
Nope.
Okay, so I'll
No,
actually,
not problem. Okay, so
I'll
you're right.
back
I
you
just
up
wanted to
a little bit
confirm
here,
so
Whick.
we can go forward. Thank you.
Before we
I have
move
a
on,
bit of
like,
a problem with
do
it.
we at least acknowledge that like there is a really, really big contingency in the Republicans that believe that legal immigration is also a problem? Like Charlie Kirk just came out and saying that we need to drastically curb
back up, because
our legal immigration, and we're revoking student visas, and there's that one
Hold on,
representative
hold
that's
on.
trying to pull
Yeah,
the
so
citizenship of the
there's
one
a
guy who just got
huge
elected. Like
problem.
there is a big contingency of
not
Republicans that don't like
elected
legal
yet.
immigration either.
So let's just put it.
But just give me a second, guys. Here, so I've been through this whole like process, right? And there is a huge problem. And the last time I went through it, it was the Democrats in charge, and the problem still exists with the Republicans in charge. So I'm actually not bashing right or left on this, but when we went through our immigration process here, we had this problem where they said your visa's illegal, but you have to go to another country, but you're not allowed to leave the country right now. Otherwise, you'll lose your status. So you have to stay. So we're going to give you a temporary thing, but you're still going to be here illegally, right? Now, I think this kind of goes to the ICE thing, right? Now you're in this limbo where the government said you came legally, you applied to stay legally, but now you're in this limbo where you're actually not legal, but you're still allowed to stay legal.
This message is sponsored in part.
Kissy Cat, I hope you were watching that. Shout out from K2. Keep on trucking. Big kiss to you. It sounds like to me we're trying to make it a little tougher and becoming more, I guess, stringent maybe on how you enter and the rules surrounding. It sounds like we're trying to crack down and not let it be so easy, right? And so typically you have to clean things up first before you can lay your new foundation, and maybe that's what's happening.
I agree.
Real quickly.
Well, real quick, because if we're trying to say that they're trying to clean up the system, that's implying that there's a problem with the system. So if we're saying, we're trying to make it more stringent for immigrants to come into this country legally, that implies that there's a problem with the amount of immigrants coming in legally. That's the implication.
Let me kick in this real quick.
Oh, well, let me fire back. Yeah, if something's too laxed, right? If it's too laxed and we're like, hey, we don't like, people are just coming and going as they please. People are overstaying their visas, as Whick was saying earlier. People are doing this, doing that, all these things. And that means the system needs tighter ruling. And now you're arguing against that, saying, no, we want people to be able to come in and do this and do that. But we're saying, hey, no, we need to tighten up the reins a little bit and not just let any willy-nilly in the door.
So there's
I just want to make sure that we all agree.
If I may, just real quick, because there's a couple things that we need to really kind of focus on here so it's not forgotten. When they tighten the reins, so to speak, what they do is they retcon what's the word where you do it in the past? Like
Retroactively.
Retcon it. They retcon it. They retcon your status, so people who thought they came in here legally, who did the process legally, who were given legal status, suddenly and did it what they thought was the right way, are said, well, actually, no, we're going to consider you illegal now. We're going to consider that a crime now.
Well, in addition, I want to make sure that, like, if you want to say that we need to make it a lot harder for legal immigrants to come in here, then don't pretend like, I'm not saying that you're pretending, Sarah, but a lot of people like to have the conversation focused on illegal immigrants, but they also want to attack legal immigrants. But whenever they're, pushed on that, like, hey, you also want less legal immigrants, they always walk back to the legal immigrants.
Hold on.
People are more honest about them actually just wanting to curb immigration. And
to be clear, and also just real quick, brain drain is good. Brain drain is good when we drain other countries and we bring their best and brightest here. Yes, America is stronger because of that. That's good.
So you're missing the point completely. So let's just put it frankly. The difference between the legal immigration and illegal migration is an economic one. The saying that, we just want legal migration refers and it indicates that the wish is you want people who are economically viable. towards your society, and that have hold on, that have a certain status to it. That has been the behavior for
border
the past
control is not
and
ICE.
some years. Hold on.
These are separate issues, please. Border control is not the same as ICE enforcement.
Whick,
These are separate issues. Do not conflate them.
Whick, the problem is that today, the policies of Donald Trump don't give a damn about who is legally or illegally. They are directing the attacks of this ICE towards people they deem as different or with a certain, it has a racist undertone to it or an ethnical cleansing undertone to it also. But here the discussion is, okay, look, legal migration, oh great. We can talk that till the cows come home. There are aspects, but if we talk about the irregular, undocumented, illegal migration that is happening, those are happening because of facts that are making people displaced in their areas and having to then forcefully move up to the north because of seeking that economic necessity. Why? What are those factors that are making people run away from the country?
Money.
Okay,
it's always money. And speaking of money, Evan Lord comes with a big 5, says, Ditso is going to take a quick break to learn how to speak concisely. I don't hold it against you. I know this English is not your first language, but you got 5 minutes in the back, Ditso. So hang tight backstage for me.
So the distinction between illegal and legal immigration, I think, is a non sequitur. You're trying to conflate the concept of having an enforcement policy that is actually being enforced from just allowing an open border. I actually open for easier entrance into the U.S. I don't want Pedro with his ice cream truck to have to leave. I like Pedro. I like his ice cream truck. I think he's a good kid. He's going to make a great American one day, but he needs a pathway to do it. And I'm not adverse to Pedro, who's been here for 15 years since he was 12 and has lived as an American most of his life, to become an American.
But that's who ICE is targeting. You understand that, right? That is ICE through their policies. That is who ICE is going after, because going after the criminals is hard. And going after Pedro with his ice cream truck is very easy.
Sure.
And it's also Squatch. You're not being clear. It's also people just starting that aspect of the American journey, which is why we have due process for immigration in the first place. Can you clarify your points if you're going to say something to a room full of hundreds of people? Sasquatch.
You know I got they gave up their rights.
Nice.
You guys are talking over each other.
I mean,
yes, sir.
I don't want to be that guy. We're not. I don't think we're here to be talking about like our personal opinions on how global migration should look. This is about Trump's administration's actions. Like, if you want to say, "Oh, well, I don't personally agree with that," that's fine. Your morality isn't the thing that's at trial here right now. We're talking about Trump's actions.
But hold on, and this is the problem. It's become a border control conversation, but that's not the conversation we should have, because it's not the same as talking about immigration enforcement when they're in our borders, when they're here, when we have an organization that, again, is going masked, without warrants, without badges, without uniforms, and they're finding people, they're black bagging them, they're putting them in a truck, they're not giving their due process, and
what the hell is black bagging?
Putting a bag over their head, a black bag over their head, and putting them in a van.
And drive off.
Oh, that's my girlfriend.
Oh my God.
So, Whick, I mean, what would your prescription be for this right now?
How many do you have, Chuck?
How many? What would my prescription be for
what would your
ICE?
prescription be right now?
So, first of all, start going and targeting criminals. That's good. And even if you get less numbers,
all criminals.
Okay, there is a difference between someone who overstayed their visa and someone who is a leader of a gang that is human trafficking women.
There's no difference. If they walk across the border illegal, they're a criminal.
Do you think a cop should take more time to punish a jaywalker or punish a murderer?
A jaywalker. Well, let me ask you this, though.
You're not serious. These aren't serious answers. They're not serious answers.
Let me ask you, Whick. if somebody is willing to be sneaky, right, overstay their visa and try to get away with it, then are they capable of doing more sneaky things
We
to
have
get away with it?
citizens who are capable of doing all sorts of things. Humanity is capable of bad things, but we don't punish these things until they actually do them. So we can't,
But
because
they're
they
already overstaying their visa.
But that does not make them murderers. That does not make
It doesn't
them
make them a
rapists.
murderer, but
That
it
doesn't
makes
make
them
They're still
doing
why treat them
criminal.
as
something
such?
criminal.
But why
Sarah,
treat
it makes them
okay?
doing something.
We don't
Sarah,
treat.
they're-
Hold on, please.
they're only
Hold on, please.
doing
Stop.
something
Stop.
Let
Let
him
me answer the
answer.
lady's
Let him
question.
later.
Let me answer the lady's question, please. Because we don't treat all criminals the same, because we recognize that there are different degrees of criminals. Some are more dangerous than others. Some we need to go after more harshly than others. Some we need to punish more harshly than others, right? Some we put more focus on, some we put less focus on. And I think that, again, to conflate someone overstaying their visa with someone who is a hardened gang member is going to lead to bad outcomes, and it's going to be bad not just for America, but for its citizens as well. We don't want to conflate these things. It's bad to conflate.
There's
Okay, so let me
also
ask
a
you a
positive
question based
incentive
on
as
that,
well.
right?
Evan, shut the
Is
fuck up.
No, go ahead, Evan. Evan sat here quietly for the last 40
aggro.
minutes. He's okay. Go ahead,
All right.
Evan.
I will say there's like a positive incentive as well, where if they self-deport, then they get a chance to become a citizen, or they have a chance to go and immigrate legally. That's what's the positive thing is.
But
And
they're
if they
making it
choose
harder
not
to do that.
Then they can go and will get they can get the carrot or they can get the stick, and them getting treated like criminals is the stick, and it's going and making it effective, because the problem of illegals going and working service jobs, they're not showing up, so the wages are increasing. There's a IHOP where I'm nearby, and they closed their doors because like the people that they were employing was only illegals, and it caused like a serious detriment of the quality of the place.
So let me put
And
this.
let me interrupt just for a moment. Christina, with her 7-month membership, hot diggity. This is starting to get like crazy to think about that. Like there can be people who have very long-term memberships. I'm very proud of that. Thank you, Christina, for sticking around. And I'm glad you like me. She says, breaking the law equals criminal. Duh. And Caldy with the big 5 says, calm down, Duck. Take a breather. Duck, you got 5 in the back, buddy.
fuck you.
All right.
Why do they hate
Don't
ducks?
yell at me.
Why do they hate
That's
ducks?
why
What
they
did
do that to Duck, is because
Let
he
me-
comes in triggered out the gate. I mean, half the comments he makes in chat, we have to either uncover because YouTube hides them, or we don't. I don't anymore. I don't.
So let me put this into perspective. One, in the last 80 years, one of the major imports of migrants that the United States has had was Operation Paperclip, where you brought Nazi scientists to work on your
That
space.
was back in the 40s.
Hold on.
Let's try not
gonna
to
make-
say
I'm
that
gonna make a
N
point with
word.
this.
Let's try not to use that N word if
Okay.
you don't mind.
You know,
The people back in the early 40s, when they
German
did a lot of
scientists.
bad
anyhow,
things.
I'm going to make a point here. Your country has benefited from the importing of the mines of not only Europe, but throughout the whole world. That's a matter of fact. Now, the question is, what has aggravated the conditions in the last 30 years for irregular, illegal, undocumented migration to happen?
There is no such thing as
I was
a regular
born, and they all
illegal.
thought Whick is in America now. We gotta go, especially the ladies, those thick Latinas. Okay,
Well,
we are
Ditto,
going to keep
you've
them
been
in.
deported
I will
to the
protect
back.
the thick Latinas.
You got 5 more minutes in the back, Ditso. Hang
Dude, I
tight.
love Denso. I really do.
I got a question for you, Sarah. I was doing a little research on birthright citizenship, and it stated that if they had allegiance to another country, that they were not to be eligible for citizenship. Their parents.
Where
If
does
their
it say that in the
parents.
14th?
How can you, as a child, have allegiance to another
No,
country?
I'm talking about the parents.
So what he's talking
Where does
about
it
is in
say
the
that in the
14th
14th
Amendment
Amendment?
is talking about people who are diplomats or ambassadors from other countries. And yes, Our 14th Amendment birthright citizenship does not apply to them because their families, the diplomats and their families, have what's called diplomatic immunity. You may have heard of it, right? Where they are not subject to the jurisdiction of America in the same way anyone else would be. It's a very special condition, and they carved that out specifically because I realized it could maybe cause some problems, right? So yes, if you're a diplomat and you have a child here, that child does not automatically become a citizen.
Right.
It is not covered.
That makes sense because they're only here as like an ambassador of their country, so they're not here because they want to be here to work here, live here. Their allegiance is not to us. They're just here to help be an ambassador. That actually makes sense.
That's not an immigrant either. That's an ambassador.
No, that's not. Yeah, it's not an immigrant. They're not here to be an American citizen. They're here to represent their country on American territory and help aid the communication between the two.
Technically speaking, anywhere they step is their native soil.
Yeah, been the embassy or whatever that they bought.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it seems like we have this idea that if you do any crime, you should be met with some sort of criminal punishment. Like, do we believe that we should be deporting like criminals who are citizens?
No.
Why not?
You go to jail.
Our criminals are our problems. We're not.
Well, Donald Trump disagrees with you, right? Because he suggested the idea of deporting homegrowns, quote unquote.
I don't know.
I think this is the problem of the whole debate right now is that we have to look at it in different sections, right? So we're talking about people that are legally or in of a visa.
Is he cutting out?
Or people that broke over the border.
Hold on. Okay. Is that Vibe talking?
Yes.
Oh, he froze.
Vibe,
they got him.
Vibe, you froze
they
up.
They took his job. The immigrants took his job.
He got deported, and that's what happened.
They took his job.
And he got deported.
Okay.
All right.
Am I back here? Can you guys hear me?
Oh, there you are. And let's give it a minute to sink in. Alexander with the Big 10 says, overstaying your visa is a civil violation, not a criminal one. People who overstayed are not criminal, illegal aliens. Which are you all talking about? I don't think we're talking about necessarily. I don't think we're talking about all people who that was a claim that Whick made earlier, is that they were overstaying their visas, and that's why they're here illegally. But I would say people who are overstaying their visa and then tapping into new Social Security cards in order to keep working, using different names, aliases, so on and so forth, that is illegal. That's fraud.
Okay, so I'm about to go to the back, but I wanted to piggyback on this because this is a super important point. And I think we were absolutely conflating this earlier. Like when you guys, we were talking about people overstaying their visas and accusing them of being criminal, and they are not. That's not a criminal offense. It is specifically a civil offense, which obviously they can be deported for that, but it's not like they wouldn't be prosecuted.
You can't send them to jail, which is a problem of sending them to CCOT, right? Where they send a lot of them to CCOT.
Exactly.
That again. We would, as I said during the one-on-one discussion we had, Sarah, if we were talking about just put them on a plane, give them a ticket, and send them to their home country, we'd have a different conversation. But that's not what we're talking about. We're in many cases, what they're doing is sending them to a foreign prison where we have trouble getting them back from if we do it wrong, as we saw with our Abrego Garcia, where the government said, well, it's hard for us we can't just get them back. And that's a problem for me, that we send people to a foreign prison for not being criminals in a civil violation without due process. That's a problem for me.
Yeah. In addition to that, since I'm about to go to the back, addition to that, like now after there was a recent Supreme Court ruling where they're now sending people to countries that they're not even from, right? And some of these countries are like active war zones and like really dangerous places. And this is, I mean, imagine being sent to somewhere where you might get killed like super easily. And
they
you had no
thought
process,
about that.
You weren't a criminal. You were just like you're being and people are sitting on a panel. A bunch of Americans are sitting on a panel calling you a criminal, and then you get deported and you get killed. Like, just imagine being in that scenario. It'd be horrifying, right? Okay.
Look,
this is thought about that.
It can just return. This is simple. The issues of what you call illegality migration has to do with the impacts of foreign policy of the United States and also internal problems in each other countries.
Can we please
for the past 30 years? For the past 30 years, out of those 30 years, I've been working 25 years in my respective country to try to fix those issues. Bush, Obama, Trump, Biden, now Trump again. Last 5 presidents. Last year, we had 6 major meetings in Guatemala, Mexico, etc.
What's your point, sir?
Yeah, please skip.
Give me a moment. I'm getting to the fucking point.
You've been getting to it the whole time, dude.
While you take your time getting to the point, allow me to let all of the maters know we are going to be shifting over to the gauntlet here in just a few minutes. I will continue to drop the video link into the chat for you to just go ahead and move over now, or you have to wait and catch the raid. There's 180, 90 of you watching. So I expect to see here shortly all of you maneuver over to the gauntlet. I will shut the tomato down. Same show, different channel. Everybody on screen is staying in place.
Do I have to rejoin StreamYard, Sarah, or am I good here?
I just said everybody here on the panel is staying in place. You don't have to move, but the chat does. So if you're in the chat and you're enjoying it and having fun, start moving over. Everybody's already over at the gauntlet. They're moving over there. I will continue dropping the link, and here in a few minutes, I will shut Tomato down completely, and you'll have to catch the raid wave on over. Okay, did so. I think we're all ready to listen to you now.
In simple terms, Whick is too superficial in his analysis. There's things I agree with Whick, and I applaud that he's able to say. But the problem and the depth of the problem is something that has been ongoing for a long time. That's a fact. Now, there are clear undernotes of xenophobia, of racism, and other BS of the United States side that impedes them to really get shit done and fixed. Because if we could get, for example...
Is your point that America is racist? Because you got that across.
No. That's just one of the factors. But it's not the whole factor. I'm speaking in a more broader sense before we get into the whole depth of this whole issue. Because at the end, irregular, illegal, or undocumented migration is happening because of facts, of things that are being done. So why hasn't your country opened the table and in the last 5 presidents, let's sit down with our governments and said, let's fix this. Because
you're asking questions to things that like we have no control over. Like that is ambassador, presidential.
It's beyond the scope.
Kind
it's
of
beyond the scope of the conversation. We're not talking about immigration in general. We're talking about immigration enforcement, ICE specifically. There is a conversation to be had about border policies and border issues, but we aren't talking about that today. Today we are talking about once they're here, regardless of why, what do we do?
Okay, so let's put it simple. This isn't the first time ICE has acted like a terrorist group.
How did he maintain control?
Acting terrorist.
Here's this one's to all of you big booty. This one is to all of you big booty Latinas out there, just for Kissy Cat.
This message is sponsored in part by...
And Harry is booting Ditso. Ditso, I'm going to give you 60 seconds to summarize what you're saying much quickly.
Simple. ICE is a terrorist group. It's a criminal association, and it's a federal criminal association that deserves to be punished for violating human rights. That's what they are. And anybody who supports that supports terrorism.
Oh,
wow. Right. See, he can be concise. He can do it. He can do it. He chooses not to do it.
So
10 minutes in the back, Ditso. Go ahead.
I want to hear from Nonfon. Nonfon's so pretty and nice and a good person. I want to hear Nonfon. I want to hear what Nonfon has.
Oh my. So the reason I asked the original question was because we all agree that there's a certain amount of rights and there's a certain amount of process that people go through whenever they're being prosecuted for certain crimes. It's not as simple as, oh, you jaywalked or, oh, you did a civil offense, so we're going to get you out of the country as quick as possible with no ability for you to out. Like not how our immigration system is supposed to work. A lot of the reasons that Donald Trump is able, even kind of like has the ability, like the cloak of able to do any of this, is because he's invoking emergency powers. This isn't normal. Okay, the things that we're seeing aren't normal. These aren't normal criminal punishments. These aren't normal civil punishments either. So like there's process that we need to go through, and everyone is so willing to look past that because we just see criminal, and then our like American like tough on crime brain kicks in, and we feel the need to kick them out of the country as quick as possible. That's not how this system's supposed to work.
Jaywalking is a city offense. Crossing the border is a national
Crossing
issue.
the border is a civil offense. It's not a federal crime.
Ringold, I will say that there's a lot of illegal immigrants that have built up over the years, and right now it's reached kind of like a bit of a critical point. So right now we should just go and try to get back to like 0.0 or as close to it as feasibly possible. And then after that, then we could potentially go and put forward with new measures after we go and fix immigration law. Because right now it's like a ship that has a lot of water and it's kind of slowly being dragged down, and we just need to bucket it out.
Does Donald Trump have a border bill in place? Does he have any plan other than just aggressive policing?
He got the law as it's written right now.
Yeah, he's abusing
aggressive policing.
I love how my chat is aggressively policing my panel and booting everybody to. You're all just getting deported. You're getting fired, and you're getting fired, and you're getting fired from the panel. All right, Rinyald, 5 in the back.
This is capitalism.
I do take issue with Evan's framing here. Like this is sinking our country. I would posit that the response to immigration and the problems that it arises by Trump and by ICE is what's going to be that sinks the ship. We have a few holes in the ship, and they're trying to fix that by taking a rocket launcher and blowing up the ship and saying, in the middle of the ocean, we're going to blow up our ship, and then we'll fix it. Then we'll put it back together once we've blown it all up. No.
There's another aspect here that you haven't even mentioned. No one here has touched it. The aggressive enforcement has acted as a deterrent to the flood of legals that were coming across the border. Those are the ones that this is.
And the flood of legal immigrants, and it's deterred actual citizens.
Sure. I'm not trying to conflate the two like you are. I'm trying to make the point of illegal immigration has plummeted. Plummeted.
So, I mean, I think that's a bad thing, but also, again, like Renner was talking about, this is not normal enforcement, right? This is Trump invoking emergency powers to do
this. Is normal enforcement. Barack Obama did the same damn thing.
Okay, who did he deport to a foreign prison? Hold on, no. Who did Barack Obama send to CCOT? Who did he send to a foreign prison? Please.
To be fair, CCOT wasn't built yet.
But you understand my point. Who did Obama? Because we're not talking about deportations only. We're talking about sending them to foreign prisons, which is a different thing, and let's not conflate the two.
Well, speaking of foreign prisons, ladies and gentlemen, I'm officially shutting down the tomato side. Don't worry, it's automatically set to raid over to the Gauntlet. If you're already over at the Gauntlet, congratulations. You know how to listen and listen well. The rest of you, 130 of you, let's see, there's 80 smart people over on the Gauntlet side. There's still 130 of you not listening and paying attention to what I'm saying. All right, I'm shutting down Tomato. I'll drop the link back in the chat again. Otherwise, catch the raid over to the Gauntlet. Same show, different channel.
Who gave you authorization for that deportation act there, Sarah?
I am in charge. This is a dictatorship. I get to fucking decide anything. Every once in a while. Every once in a while, I'll let my chat speak and I will listen. Deportation isn't a puzzle. Oh, I did that already. Kissy Cat with the big 5 says, "What about jaywalking across the border?"
Hey, Kissy Cat should jaywalk onto this panel. I would like to talk to her. Okay, she can. We won't deport her, I promise. But you can.
I think we ought to just adopt a policy, shoot them on the spot before they get across. That would put an end to illegal immigration.
All right, promise me you won't mention napalm, Chuck.
Why are we cruel? Can I just have Chuck? Is that your name? Why do you want them to suffer?
Parole, it has nothing to do with parole.
It sounds
it's a matter
cruel.
of gaining control of a situation that's out of control.
So there are multiple ways to gain control of situations that are out of control, and I'm arguing tonight that ICE is making it worse. It is spiraling into chaos, and as I think was mentioned by Evan, or it might have been someone else, this is done on purpose to incentivize self-deportations. They are purposely creating cruel and conditions and causing chaos and saying, if you don't do it yourself, we're going to do it for you, and it's not going to be nice. They're being cruel on purpose and by design.
How are they being cruel?
So one of the ways that they are cruel is by deporting them from schools. So a mother who dropped her kid off at school. Did you see the video, right, of that mother who was being detained by 3 ICE agents crying that she just wanted to see her child? Can you not agree that whether or not you think we should do it anyway, because sometimes we have to be cruel, I understand that, but that is cruel. Can you at least see
I haven't seen actual legitimate reports of ICE raiding schools.
You don't?
Are there some out there?
Reports of ICE raiding schools.
They tried
so it didn't happen. It didn't happen then.
Okay, it did, and I can give you
But
examples.
They tried to,
Schools, hospitals,
now, wait a
churches.
minute. We got one liberal saying it did and one communist saying it didn't. So which is it?
Well, here is what is being said by Ryan in the back. That's 10
Sorry, Ryan.
From Console. And we got Golly with another 10. That's 20. You need to find some rich fans who can buy you back on. That's what you need. And then another 5. Ryan out. So
Can
we're
I read a paragraph before I'm gone for 25 minutes?
Yeah, that's fine. I'll give you that.
Ryan, give up on the chat GPT. Use your own word.
Just because you don't look, okay, Boomer, you don't have to understand chat GPT. It's fine. Like, look, whatever. It's past your time. That's okay. But ICE is they're jailing visa overstayers and asylum seekers indefinitely with no hearings, rushing people onto planes, sometimes to countries they've never even set foot in, under a tweaked Alien Enemies Act. They're yanking TPS from hundreds of thousands without review. They're tearing up student visas for political posts, and they're roping in local cops to profile anyone with an accent. All civil violations are being recast as national security threats, so the administration can skip the courts, skip lawyers, and bulldoze basic due process in real time. Where's the lie? Where's the lie? Tell ChatGPT and everyone else where the lie is. All right, Chuck?
Seriously?
Bye, Boomer.
Was it?
Hi, Boomer.
Was it? He just indoctrinated himself through AI.
Ditso's got about 2 minutes left. Ryan's got 25 in the back.
Squatch, you're talking to no one.
Bear with me just a moment. Alexander,
I personally think that we need to build. Sorry, Sarah.
Sarah's reading.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Don't get in the way of a woman and her money. It won't go well for you.
I'm just gonna give you that look.
I know. I'm out of the way. I always talk
intentionally.
over her.
I know. See, Vibe is such a sweetheart, though. He's like, I started a Discord call one night randomly, and I was like, Maters, like, let's jump in the call. And Vibe actually came in, chatted with me, having a nice conversation. We talked about like computer dorky stuff and everything. So he has my heart on that one, and I know he would never intentionally talk over me. Alexander with the big 5 says, "What makes you believe that we're at critical mass now? Also, all immigration has plummeted." Any thoughts on that one?
I will say, like, wages have declined a lot for like basic service work, and and there's a lot of young people who can't get jobs. Like, I know, like, a lot of my friends personally, like, they are just coming out of college and they can't even find like temporary jobs to go and just do while they're looking for like their college careers. So that's kind of like
Evan, you don't have friends that went to college. Shut the fuck up.
Well, number one, there's too many college graduates.
Holy.
There's too many college
One, I don't think
graduates?
there's evidence that wages have declined even for basic service work. I don't think that you can find evidence for that effect. Like, from all my reading, wages have trended upward over the last 30 years or whatever. But secondly, even if they have, you still have to find actual causal evidence that like immigration was the cause of that. And we just don't see that. Like, we have studies where they look at cities that had a lot of immigration compared to similar cities that didn't have much immigration. And what they find is that like even with like pretty large amounts of immigration, the only people that are really hurt are like high school dropouts, and it's like a negative 1% effect on wages, and that's short term. And long term, you don't see the same negative effects. And we do have evidence, by the way, that deportations actually do decrease employment, because Obama had his program, the Secure Communities program, that deported a lot of people, and we saw that when you deport like 500,000 people or whatever, we actually saw employment go down by 44,000 for native-born citizens.
Well, if people would get off their ass and do a job regardless of the job, well, that's what I had to do. I started off digging ditches.
True, you just gotta go outside and dig a ditch. That's all you
burning witches. A kissy cat with a big 10 says Dick Matership. Didn't we come up with this word on another panel?
I'm pretty sure we did.
I'm pretty sure we did.
Mater.
I forgot of this wonderful word. I fucking love it. Dick Matership at its finest, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, with my Dick Matership, I apply Jester Alt's $20 to boot. Duck to the bat. He says nope. Duck to the back. And ladies and gentlemen, I did carry over the no duck emoji over on the gauntlet side as well. So if you have a number, I felt like that one was worthy of the love. And Alexander, again with the Big 10, says, does nobody care about how much it's costing us to deport all these
ICE is $1
non-criminal
billion
aliens?
ICE is $1 billion over budget. $1 billion with a B dollars over budget.
And we're what,
That's
6
crazy.
months in?
That's crazy.
5 months in?
They'll recoup that from everything that the illegals are scooping up free of charge.
Hold on. Chuck, let me ask you this: Are you a man who criticizes the deep state, who openly defies the deep state, Chuck? Are you?
If it exists, if it exists.
Okay, so why is it that? And riddle me this: Why is it that today the movement that criticizes the institutionality of the United States, the so-called deep state, is now today the majority of that same organization, MAGA, supporting a federal institution to enforce xenophobia?
To enforce what?
Basically,
Racism. He's saying America's racist, but he's saying it differently.
Oh.
I love how you can translate that. Kokomo with the Big 10 says, what leftists can never understand, you can't just let anyone who want it. Let me start that one over. What leftists can never understand, you can't just let in anyone who wants to. The infrastructure and services can't handle it. Any thoughts from the lefties?
Again, you aren't talking. Just hold on. I'm not an open borders guy, if I may. I'm not an open borders guy. I'm for reasonable restrictions on immigration. That's fine. We're not. No one's. At least I'm not arguing for letting anyone in. What I am simply saying tonight is that the way that we are enforcing the people who do get in, whether that be legally or illegally, what we are doing is hurting us as a country. That's my stand.
How's it hurting?
And in simple terms, you benefit more by migration because you obtain people that can do a whole bunch of things for your country than wasting your money and your taxpayers in funding a federal institution, a terroristic federal institution that is acting like thugs, like criminals.
They are not terroristic. They're there by the law of the land.
Deal with it. I don't care how you feel about it.
Terroristic.
That's a fact. They are terrorist organizations.
No, they are not. I will argue with you all day long, buddy.
You defend the deep state. Okay, good to know, Chuck. You defend the deep state. That's good to know, and that's good to know that. And that's good to know that Trump supporters that are anti-migration support the deep state. That
if the law was there was no ICE, then I wouldn't support ICE. I would be fighting ICE. But it's written into law that ICE exists and has a purpose.
Okay, well, obviously, okay. Can we agree that
I'm gonna go hyperbolic on this.
Points? Like they literally.
So if you
literally.
You break the laws.
ICE is a terrorist organization. It's a federal terrorist organization. Like it or not.
No, it's not.
It's an organization that are fulfilling.
Tomato, message is sponsored in part by.
All right, I just wanted to do that. I wanted to cleanse my palate. Go ahead, Ditso.
Yeah, no. So, of course, I'm trying to be a bit hyperbolic here, but the point being is that Whick is right.
That's just true. Yes. I mean, Whick is right about everything, but yeah.
Wick is right, at least in that sense.
And also, Whick is very handsome. That's also true. And Whick is very, very charming.
Whick is a YouTuber, and therefore correct. We are
you know
all
what?
correct.
The more money you give me, the more correct I become. Okay.
Good.
All right.
Now you're happy, Wick. But the point being is, yes, ICE is making shit worse because they're having terroristic behavior. And that terroristic behavior is a policy of this administration. Why? Well, that's another conversation. But let's face it. ICE, as a federal institution, they are acting out like ISIS or any other organization.
They are performing legal law.
Can I address this super chat, actually?
Yes. Can I, if you want to read it
Sure.
first?
Michael Tugless for $5. He
have
would
to
be
say it's
Tugless. He doesn't
sexier.
get any
You have
tugs,
to say-
right?
Gotta
Michael.
say it's sexier.
Okay. Michael Tugless.
Holy
Whick,
shit.
I can't do that.
You didn't say anything when 10 million were brought in.
I gotta go buy.
Suddenly
Give me your phone number, Wick. I'm
care
ready.
about a few thousand going out.
Okay, stop.
Give me a break. Hands where we can see him, boys. Hands where you too, Sarah. Hands where we can see him. Okay, exactly. Oh yeah. Okay, so one,
Hands up,
you don't
don't
know my
coom.
position on immigration because I haven't come here to state that tonight. You don't know it. You don't know whether I want more or less stricter enforcement at the border, less enforcement at the border. That's not my argument in here. That's not what we're talking about. Border enforcement is not the same as ICE. Say it with me. ICE is different than borders. ICE is not the
It's
same.
the same department.
No, it is not. We have the Border Patrol, which is a separate thing. They're separate for a reason.
Well, yeah.
ICE is for once they get loose in the country.
True, yes,
There's
they're
a
different.
bunch of dogs running
Border
around.
You
ICE
guys
are part
just
of Homeland
don't
Security.
know. This is my
They're
problem, Chuck, and I
two
love you, buddy,
branches
because of the
of
beard.
a-
The beard
of a
is
different
beautiful,
department.
but you don't know these basic facts of the matter, and it's hard to have a discussion with you because you don't know that there's a difference between these institutions and organizations.
So
I just said there was. Border control is when they're at the border. ICE is for the ones that get through illegally.
Okay, so
You know, I mean, I would kind of agree with Wick on all of this, but when it comes down to it, right?
Go ahead, Vibe. Go ahead.
We're all over the place right now. Like we're going from the top, the bottom, everywhere, right? And I think really, if you want to have a proper debate on this, we have to start at the bottom, right? And determine who
You would
is,
start at the
like,
bottom. You are
We
a bottom,
all
aren't you?
agree
I
what
can
is
tell.
illegal and what's not illegal. Now we have illegal people here, and there's a dirty little secret that
Ooh.
the United States actually really loves illegal immigrants because
Well, why
since
don't we just go back to
cracked down-
slavery then?
Why
it all
not?
matches back. It all matches back to minimum wage, right? So we have minimum wage here. I got to pay like $25 for somebody to
Minimum
flip a
wage is
hamburger.
not
I can,
slavery.
I-
These are not
I can-
the same. Let's be really
No,
clear.
but what I'm saying is we're all over the place. We have to start at the bottom. We have to start at the bottom of who's actually illegal. And I don't care if you've never committed a crime. If you came here illegally, it's like if somebody gets a drunk driving, they're still going to be prosecuted, even if they're a citizen. If you come over illegally, like this is the bottom level, right? It's the same thing as a drunk driving. You committed a crime, right? We start at the bottom, and then we start working up the. We start
you
working
gotta
up from there.
understand. Hold on, there are different punishments for different offenses, and we have
Agreed.
prosecutorial discretion in America, meaning we sometimes look the other way for certain offenses that are on the books. No one, to my knowledge, even though these laws are technically on the books, are prosecuted anymore for anti-sodomy laws, right? Even though these laws are on the books, right, even though they exist, we have what's called prosecutorial discretion, where a prosecutor can, using his judgment, say, you know what, it was illegal what you did, but we're not going to go after you for different reasons, for extenuating circumstances. Again, I am not here to argue that we shouldn't deport immigrants. I am fine with that.
agree with you. So what you're saying is we ought to
the way
sodomize
we're
them.
doing it right
Yes,
now, the way the Trump
true.
administration is conducting itself right now, the way ICE is conducting itself right now, I would say violates people's First Amendment rights, their Fourth Amendment rights, their Fifth Amendment rights, and their Eighth Amendment rights. And yes,
They are not citizens. They don't have
even
them rights.
non-citizens
What I am
get
saying is
protection
let's work
by
our
the
way up there
Constitution
instead
to
of
a certain
jumping
degree.
all over the freaking spectrum, right? Let's get to that point. Let's get to the point of that.
Sarcastic Warlock with the big 5 says, if you don't wash your underbits, you'll get dictators. Scrub more often. And yes, Dick Maters in the house. Speedy Lee with the big 10 says, nations have a right to be xenophobic, and Ditso is proving why. Boot him. Okay, I'm adding another 10. I booted him on the 5, and now I got to add another 10 on to that. There you go. And then Evan Lord with the big 2. My ears and eyes need a palate cleanser, Sarah. It's going to cost more than $2.
More than 2, yeah.
Come on now. I don't even read them normally if they're 2. I normally just put the 2s on the screen and call it a day. And thank you, Mr. Bill, for kindly reminding me earlier to send to put the StreamYard link up and pin it. I always tend to forget when I switch channels. So thank you.
figured
For
it was something
the
like
reminder.
that. No worries, no worries.
Well, you know, when you're a dictator, you forget things.
Yeah,
So let's-
that's
Wait, what's the
Dictator.
punishment for breaking and entering? You were talking about punishments for crimes. What's the punishment for breaking and entering into somewhere you're not supposed to be?
Depends on the state. Depends on what you did.
At
while
my
you were there.
house, it's death.
Yeah, it's depending on your situation there, but in most places,
There's
you know,
context.
it's-
You
it's
you understand that all breaking and entering
6
isn't
months.
treated the same, correct?
6
Well, it's
months.
kind of the point, right?
Yeah.
Like we have to stair step up all the way to ICE. And by the way, Wick, you're my favorite lefty, and I don't even know if you're a lefty because you are very intelligent. I love the way you go, and I want to get up to ICE. But the very
Rick, are
first
you
thing we
more
need to
left
do-
center?
I'm left of center, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But I am not a
Now
lefty.
that he-
I really enjoy listening to Wick. Okay, so I'm far right,
Just
but I still
glaze me
love you.
more. Just go do it. Yeah, I love the verbal fellatio. Continue, please.
I'm slightly right of Attila the Hun. I believe we should all do what I say, but if we're not going to do that, let's work out this voting thing and make it fair.
But I want to build up to the ICE on like the ICE statements he's making, and we're all over the place, right? We're talking about
you gotta put water in the ice tray, and then you gotta get it cold. You know.
I
And
just always
speaking
feel
of
you
cold,
need building blocks.
Golly sent another 20 and says, keep Coder back there. We're going to keep you cold in the back, Ryan. I added the other 20
Damn.
on. And Evan Lord says, fair enough, Sarah. Let's get a stronger cleanser. Which one do you want, Evan? You want the horse? You want the butt shaker? You want the ballerinas? You want dealer's choice?
He better not say fireman.
choice.
You want the fireman?
This message is sponsored in part by
That one's crazy.
Sponsored
Crack
by
kills.
Evan Lord. All of you fine gentlemen, not only in the chat but on panel, please say thank you to Evan Lord for that sweet,
Thank you,
sweet
Evan.
palate cleanser. All right, back to you, fine gentlemen. I'm going to tinkle. You'll be good.
Holy,
Okay, now that she's gone, the ritual can begin. First of all of you who disagree with me, you're un-American, and I'll deport you immediately once I become president of these United States. Second of all, right, Vibe, I am your favorite, just in general, and that's okay. And I should be everyone's
And
favorite.
I'm
But
your favorite,
third,
right?
But
On the
third, look, the people,
look, you guys
my
can get a
favoritism
room,
is
that's okay.
for sale. I am a capitalist, sir. Whoever gives me the most money is my favorite. So you can get that status, but you have to do the work. So thirdly, right? Thirdly, I just want to hear a good argument from any of the people who disagree with me tonight of why you're okay and why you trust a federal organization such as ICE to not have to show their faces, to not have to show warrants, to not have to show badges, and not have to wear uniforms, and to be able to be empowered to arrest and detain people. Why are you okay with the government having that power? Go ahead.
Called
Because
undercover.
the Democrats fucked it up.
The police aren't doing their jobs, so we kind of need to go and have people that can go and operate. beyond the police because the police aren't working with them in a lot of
I mean,
cities.
it's not the
Are
police's
required to work with them. That's a
responsibility.
sanctuary city. But
How many
the police
decades
aren't
did we
doing
let
their
this happen?
jobs. I would argue that ICE isn't doing it isn't doing its job of deporting violent criminals. They are specifically going after non-violent criminals, which is not what
They're
I want them
still
to be doing.
criminals.
Okay,
They're still
okay,
criminals.
Let's look at it this way,
Get all
right?
the jaywalkers
So,
out of here. Please.
well, I'm gonna go back to the drunk driving, right? I get pulled over for drunk driving, and they go, "Oh my God, you have no criminal record. Keep on driving." Like, I mean, they came illegally, and this is why I keep on saying we have to start at the base, right? And let's build up from that, right? So we have illegal aliens that came here illegally. We have legal people that their visas expired or what happened. There's so many stair steps into this whole legality. And by the way, on every, whether it was Democrats or Republicans, every one of them have failed to do it right. Like I'll say Republicans are failing at it. Democrats failed at it. They're multiple tiers. So if we argue from the bottom and go up, then maybe we can get to a conclusion here.
Donald Trump is also failing at this. He is not adhering to the laws that bind his power in these deportations. He is failing at
And
doing
so
this
did
legal
every
way.
president before this.
No, not at least
Yeah,
not
not to
nearly
the
to
degree
the
that
same
Trump
extent.
is.
Okay, not from. How did Biden not fail at this?
I'm not
Biden-
saying whether or not Biden did or didn't.
Hold on,
fail.
who
I'm
did
saying that
Biden
if you're
send to a
defending
foreign
Trump's
prison?
policies-
Who did Biden send to a foreign prison? Who did he deport there without a trial?
No, I'm asking not from how Biden failed on
Okay,
this.
but we understand they failed
this
in
is Trump's
different.
policy.
Hold on, just real quick, vibe. I understand what you're saying, but would you acknowledge that they failed in different ways? Correct?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay,
I think
so
every
yes, okay,
political party
good,
is
good.
gonna fail.
I'm trying to build something with you here, right? Okay, so carry on. So you agree with me that they were failing in different ways, that the Trump 1 failed differently than Biden did, then failed differently than Trump 2 has, correct?
Correct.
Correct. Okay. So we can also look at the ways they failed and say, well, hey, this way of failing is worse than this way of failing. We can measure these things. We can judge these things. We can look at the metrics and see which one has had a bigger, worse impact and which one has had a less worse impact. Correct? That's something we can do.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
You don't think so? Why not?
Because there's been a long-term failure on the government side on handling this.
Okay, but again, I disagree with you on that point, and this is where our disagreement is going to be, is because I think that we can look at the ways that they've done wrong and say this is less wrong and this is more wrong. And my argument tonight that the way Trump is doing it, regardless of what you think of how the other people failed, is worse than Trump 1, is worse than Biden, is worse than Obama, is worse than Clinton, is worse than Bush, is worse than Bush 1, and is worse than Reagan even. It's at another level. It's worse. Now, you could say that the failures of the others have enabled it, and I would maybe even agree with you on this. The executive has been eating up more and more power for my entire life, okay? Right? The executive branch has been gobbling it up like it's a buffet, like they're at an all-you-can-eat buffet. In Congress, spineless cowards that they are, have allowed it, okay? I agree with you. But this is the problem. I can't turn back time. I don't have a time machine, but I can address the issues with Trump now.
Jim Croce.
And before anybody responds to the chat, DGen Power Hour begins in 15 minutes, actually slightly less than that, but only if you fulfill the goal. You've gotten your 2.5 to 3 hours already. Hit the goal and we will keep pressing on, but you have to hit the goal. So you got 0 out of 10 rate. And actually, I will apply because this super chat came through right as soon as I set the goal. So I will apply that 1 extra in there. So you got 9 more to go. Hit the goal or we shut down. I want to keep going. This is getting really good and feisty. I don't know about you all, but I do. Michael Tuglas with the big 5 says, hey, Whick, I say we use prosecute.
Say it sexy. I had to say it sexy. You got to read his name sexy too. Go ahead.
Michael Douglas with the big 5. Hey, Wick, I say we use prosecutorial discretion for Trump's illegal deportations. What say you?
Well, with that, I don't know how I can disagree. No, what does that mean? What did you just say? We use prosecutorial discretion for Trump's illegal deportations, meaning that Trump deports less, meaning that we don't prosecute Trump. What do you mean? You got to clarify, buddy. Spend more money to do so. Give
just put a little pause on the Fifth Amendment. All right, just put a little pause on it, and then we'll be good.
And Ryan, you got an extra 10 in the back, and I love how he was such a good sport about it. He's telling people thank you for supporting the channel, and then additionally another 5 minutes added on. 1, let's see, 2, 3, 4. Oops.
Damn.
I need him at 30.
I thought I was the only one that gave him the boot.
Right. Your TikTok is now up to 34 minutes with time ticking down and time added on. Kissy Cat wants to keep on pushing. We will keep on pushing. And you know what, Kissy Cat? This one's for you.
This message is sponsored in part by...
I'm not sure why, but every time I see that one, I wipe my mouth.
Fair enough. Ditso has 2 more minutes, and Duck has returned. I guess he wants to continue supporting the show.
I have a question. So this is for the brave, and I know a lot of the MAGA folks here are going to be a little frustrated. They're seeing a democratic socialist like Mamdani. I'm sure we'll hear a lot more in the future about him. He's winning New York.
Don't get me started on that clown.
Chuck, I'd love to hear your take on this, actually. So I'm just curious, how would we expect a United States sort of national platform to look like when, in reality, if we don't have immigrants in our country and small business owners, employers, managers, investors don't understand these people as their customers, as their coworkers, as homeowners, as people getting advanced educations, how would we expect to have a platform in the first place?
I'm sorry, I have to respond to this. I don't think the United States limits anybody coming into this country. We're just talking about illegals. That's it. Nothing else.
Nothing against the legal people.
We educate the Indians. We educate the Chinese.
There is one
everybody. We let them in. If they want to get a visa, we keep them.
If you're a criminal in your native country, usually default any attempt at a visa, typically.
But it is pretty hard to.
This is a very open
legally.
Country.
Like we do have, a lot of restrictions on that. We cap how many people get green cards every year. We make, there's 14-year waiting list for some countries, right? Like, not that justifies illegal immigration, but
there's not a 14-year
waiting
list for the United States. There is not a 14-year waiting list for the United States. You can get here.
I'm pretty sure there actually is.
For some countries,
there's a long wait.
It might be even longer in Mexico. It depends on what type of visa you're getting,
post that in the chat. I want to see that. I don't believe that. I came here.
Remember when you had 5 years to get a court date?
What has been posted in the chat is bye, Duck. Duck has now 25 minutes in the back. Shots fired. Gestural just does not like Duck on screen. And Kissy Cat adding more to the goal. You guys have 6 more to go, and you only have 9 minutes to do so. So hurry up, get them in. I want to continue on to DGen Power Hour. I'm sure all of the panelists do as well. All right.
And I will throw out a shout out for Kissy Cat. She's always awesome.
She is.
And by the way, Wick, I always love talking to you. I think you're one of the most rational right guys, left guys I talk to. So
Man, why don't you guys get a room and get it over with?
You got a haircut like a centrist now.
Just give him a date. Go ahead. We got time.
Vibe.
Yeah, he's a smart guy.
Who is Wick?
Vibe and Wick. They're definitely copacetic.
Look.
No, I don't agree with him at all, but always love talking to him. So there we go, Wick. What's up?
Buddy, I appreciate the words. I don't want to lead anyone on though, so sorry. I'm only in it for the ladies, but I do appreciate your words. And honestly, no homo or anything, but it does make me feel good that people actually listen, right? And I feel like we are in a situation in America where our brains turn off when we hear certain words, right? You hear a certain word or someone starts to say a point, and then you assume it's going to be something, and so your brain turns off, you stop listening, and you start formulating a response, right? And I think that that's harmed discourse. It's been great for dunks, great for debates, but I would argue that that kind of mistrust of our fellow citizens is part of the reason we're in the problem we're in. So thank you. I do appreciate that, sir.
Well,
two lovers too far away. Okay.
Right?
Say one more time.
Now that we're on a one-on-one,
Yes.
because it's just you and me right
Just
now.
you
Do
and
you
me.
realize that?
It's true.
And we've got like romantic music in the background,
one can
so
hear
that's
you
a
scream.
little
It's true.
extra. But hey, so do you not agree that like we should look at this? I mean, I've seen the ICE things, right? But I want to build to that in our debate. So when this two on two is done, we have to actually start at the very beginning, right? We have to start at immigration. We have to look at like what's illegal, what's not legal, what are we doing, what does the United States actually think about this? Minimum wage totally fits in that when we actually say, okay, are we actually allowing immigrants in
The
here?
reason
Are
I
we not?
disagree with you, that I think that this takes the conversation in a direction that does not solve the immediate problem. This is triage. We have an immediate problem, and that is ICE. ICE is acting in such a way that is putting fear into citizens, not just illegal immigrants, but to citizens. We're in a situation where I know people who look like they're from other countries, who refuse to leave the house without having some form of proof of their citizenship on them. And
So
they
do you know the
shouldn't have to
percentage
carry
of that?
around, Americans shouldn't have to carry around to the park identification, their papers. We shouldn't live in a country where the government can force you, basically, to have papers on you at all times or else. I think that
Well, I hate to
this
tell
is
you
the
this,
problem.
even if you're legal and there were no illegals, that actually is a law.
No, it's not, unless you are driving or operating a motor vehicle. If I went to the park right now without any ID, do you think I would be breaking a law?
No,
answer my question.
Yes
If
and
I'm
no.
walking in a park
No, I
now
am
with
answering
no
your
ID,
question.
am I breaking a
So
law?
if you're suspected for something, you do have to show identification.
No, you have to
As long
identify
as they-
yourself, which is different.
No.
Yes,
if
you
they
have to tell
actually
people who
suspect
you are.
You
don't have to have papers on you. I promise you don't.
No, if you're not suspected of anything, you don't have to have papers on
Even
you.
if you're
You are correct.
suspected. How would
No,
I?
yeah,
well,
if
how
you're
would that
suspected,
even make
yes,
sense?
you do.
How would I even know I'm suspected of something?
Well, they would have to show the burden of proof.
Okay, if the cops came to me and says, "Hey, there was a guy in the area. There was a report of this handsome, bearded genius that was going around
we know that's
seducing
never gonna
everyone's
happen.
women, right, and stealing from them." Okay, that's not my problem. I mean, they have to. Even if I don't have ID on me, the only thing I have to do when they ask my name, I have to identify myself. I have to answer their question. But I don't have to have papers on me. I don't have to have ID on me. I don't have to have my birth certificate on me. The only time I need some sort of identification is if I'm operating a motor vehicle or if I'm in some sort of like the airport or something like that. But like in a park or anything like that, I absolutely do not have to have ID.
No, you don't have to have ID. You just have to. If you are going to be detained, they do have the right to get your ID. That's it.
They do. They have the right to identify you if they detain you, but that's a different thing. That's not what you're implying and what
Yes.
you're saying. What I am saying
I'm not
is
implying that. I never was implying that.
Hold on. What I am saying And my point that I'm trying to bring about with this is there are U.S. citizens who look like they're from other countries, but who were born here, who now are afraid to go outside and walk in the park because they fear ICE will mistake them for a legal immigrant. And if they don't have their papers on them, they will be detained
Okay,
for
how many
weeks
times has
and
that
or months.
actually happened? How
More
many
than
times
once.
Because I somebody looked like they were from Iran, that they got detained, and they were born in the United States.
Here, I'll give you a video of it just happening.
Give me the statistics. Don't give me a video.
Okay, we don't have the statistics because ICE doesn't release that information. Because you know why? They don't have to identify themselves. There's no way we can track that because they don't have uniforms. They don't have badges. We can't track this information. But just because I can't, that's part of the problem where ICE is operating in a way that we cannot track them. So we cannot hold them to account when they do these things because they have obfuscated how they're acting, and we can't know if they're acting correctly or incorrectly. And it's very important when we trust the government and government organizations and give them power that we, the people, be able to hold them accountable and be able to track their actions up to a point. I do not think it out of line to ask that ICE, before they deport someone or detain someone, have to show ID themselves, have to identify themselves with a badge or an identification number or something. So if they do it wrong, we can hold them to account, just like the regular police do. We ask this of regular police. Why should we not ask it of ICE as well?
I think we should.
Okay,
I think
beautiful. You agree with me. But, wonderful.
But,
I love it. I love it. This is why I love you, vibe. Okay.
And I have seen some videos, by the way, and I am appalled by some of those videos. However, that's a 1% of ICE. It's not 100% of ICE, right? This is not the standard procedure. We can always find where humans are not doing the correct thing.
Who's been prosecuted for any of that?
But what I would tell you is that ICE is the standard procedure is anybody that doesn't look like the idealized U.S. citizen, white, tall, blonde.
Oh Lord!
Oh God!
Hey, look, I cited in the back chat 2 U.S. citizen children were sent on the mother's deportation flight to Honduras without the opportunity to speak with attorneys, leaving a 4-year-old boy with stage 4 cancer without access to his medication, according to the National Immigration Project. Gracie Willis, an attorney with the organization. That's just one example of the many that have been happening for the past 6 months.
Wait, they have enough money to go and treat cancer, but they don't have enough money to go and get some basic citizenship? Strange.
No, they were U.S. citizens. They were U.S.-born citizens.
U.S. born by who? What was their parents? Were they?
That doesn't matter. The status of the parents does not matter once a person is born in the United States.
We acknowledge that if you're spending money on
law.
cancer treatment, that's money you can't spend anywhere else, right? Like you need to pay that money in order to survive, and you can't pay it anywhere else.
Look.
They could have other use for that money if they have enough money to make.
So they should stop paying for their cancer treatments?
They should have money to go and stay there to be able to go and live their lives without
overpaying for their cancer treatments.
I understand where Vibe is coming from, that we should start from the bottom, that then it creates a whole conversation about the policy, about the paradigm, etc. Great. But right now, ICE is a state-funded terrorist organization, and they're acting like
one more time, and maybe we'll believe it this time. I'm sure if you say it with enough conviction and vitriol and hatred for America, we'll all fall to our knees and agree that Jitsu has found the key. He knows the racism of America, and we must forget.
Sasquatch, I know that you can't comprehend that criticism is not equal to hate.
Yeah, that's called you lose.
Hold on. That your rhetoric only works to a certain degree, to certain
I'm not
people.
the one here delivering rhetoric. You are.
No, you are with the rhetoric. Of course, rhetoric.
One of my points has been by asking you a question that you have yet to answer in a succinct, fashionable way.
What is the question? Say it again. Because I've answered it in multiple ways. But you don't want to listen. You never want to listen.
I just
keep
want to
listening
say
enough to you, bro.
I love animals. And the fuck it button sends a big 5, says you are impressively delusional. No citizen is scared of ice glasses. All non-citizens have no opinion here. D's.
Shit, just wrong. Read the 14th Amendment.
Freedom of speech is applicable throughout.
Can we just take a moment? Can we just take a moment to recognize the Dunning-Kruger effect here? People who have no knowledge of the situation, no knowledge of the amendments, who've never even read the Constitution. I would bet money that this man has never even read the Constitution. Coming up with their $5 saying, "You're so delusional," guy who's cited all his sources, who's used examples, who's given a very, I think, strong argument onto my points. But I'm just going to tweet at you that no citizen is scared, and I said it, so that must make it true. Look,
one quick
Fuck
question.
It Button, is that your name? Fuck It Button? It's Fuck It Button. It's going to be Fuck It Button. I don't know if it's Fuck It Button, but it is Fuck Button.
One quick question.
Why don't you just come on? Hold on, stop! Why don't you just come on? It's an open panel. Just come on, and you can tell me why I'm impressively delusional. I'm sure that you'd be able to withstand the slightest pushback. I'm sure you wouldn't crumble or melt like a little snowflake. So please, I invite you. Welcome you to.
How do you resolve this situation?
Let me add in, right now, Duck was bought back up, but I need to boot somebody in order to do so. So
I'll go back for if you want to bring him up.
Oh, you didn't have to. I was going to ask Just Gerald, who paid to bring him back, if he wanted to select somebody specifically to boot in order to get Duck back up. So we'll leave it to the chat for Just to lay his claim and say, unless you gotta like do something, but
I gotta go.
he gotta go poop. He gotta go poop. All right, so Rinyald to the back. Hold on just a second, and Duck back up, and then I also have backstage 007 who's waiting patiently for his time to shine on panel. So somebody has to be booted in order to do so. Kissy Cat says Umbreon is making the best points on panel. I agree. All dogs that show up on our show, or cats, I'm more partial to dogs, but the dogs always win here. And Speedy Lee with the big 5 says, deport all Chihuahuas.
Racist.
Yeah, little ankle
Racist.
biters. Little ankle biters. It's okay.
Can we go back to something real quick?
Yep.
We said a while ago that ICE is $1 billion over budget. If you scroll up the private chat there, you'll see that I posted something where for each year legal immigrants are in the United States, it costs the federal, state, and local area $150 billion to take care of them.
And how much do they bring the economy?
What's $150 billion minus one?
Okay.
149.
How much do immigrants help the economy? How much do they give to our GDP?
Should illegal immigrants?
Non-Fon should know this. Non-Fon. How much yearly
or illegal
do
immigrants, sir?
immigrants give?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on it depends on what type of immigrant, obviously, and it depends on how you want to measure it. So I would just say, like, if you're concerned about like states, having to spend welfare on these immigrants or whatever, well, we should look at what type of taxes do these immigrants pay. And like the CBO has a really good study. Like they estimate that like the immigration surge under Biden actually would end up reducing the deficit by $900 billion over 10 years because
what's $900 billion minus 150? I'm only Mr. Bill.
We're talking about illegal immigrants that have a very.
I rest my case.
No, so again, like,
as your source?
First of all, when you guys say illegal immigrants, most of the time you just mean asylum seekers, right? And like I agree, there are a lot of asylum seekers who are making fraudulent asylum claims, but asylum seekers get work authorization.
We're talking about
being in a country for 90. What? Sorry.
That's the ones we're talking about. We're not talking about the refugees. We're not talking about those people. We're talking about illegal immigrants who do not qualify for asylum and have not used the proper channels to enter the country.
How many? Okay, so when you guys cite these numbers, like 10 million people crossing the border or whatever, how many of those people do you think are like gotaways who like evaded border patrol versus are just claimed asylum and are in the country awaiting a court date?
Well, as I understand it, for the past several years, they were all gotaways. They were pretty much
No,
just
that's absolutely not true. The
catch and
vast
release
majority of them,
as I understand it.
they
We've
were
had
like,
more
I think they
catch
were
and
like,
release phase, right? Yes.
catch and release implies that you are catching them and they get
You're
assigned a court
releasing
date
them.
and they are released to the country.
Not dehumanizing, but yeah, they're like fish. You know, you have fish, you catch and release it, which is all the fish that went by
So
and everything.
my claim here is simply like you can disagree with that policy, and like I think a lot of people claiming asylum don't have valid asylum claims. I think they are just coming here to get a job. But my only claim there is that when you claim asylum and you're awaiting a court date, you get work authorization after being in the country for I think like 90 days, and those people pay taxes. They are allowed to work legally. Like they contribute to the economy, so they're not like there's no good evidence that they're a net fiscal drain.
Well,
let me get in there real quickly. Hold on. Let me get in there real quickly. Put a link on the back of the chat. I'm just quoting from that link. Undocumented immigrants are essential contributors to the economy, following the American Immigration Council.org. In 23, undocumented immigrants households paid $89.8 billion in federal, state, and local taxes and held $299 billion in spending power. In total, immigrant, both legal and undocumented or illegal, so you guys call households, paid nearly $16.80 in every $100 tax dollars collected by federal, state, and local governments, funding a wide range of social services that benefit all citizens. So if anybody has data that counters this, please go ahead and bring it up. Tell us exactly how
the wages of the entire American economy, basically, and the wages go down. That means the rest of the people that are here legally, they don't have as much money to spend because their wages went down. If the illegals weren't here, guess what? Their wages and their spending ability would go up. Thank you.
So the whole point of your argument is xenophobia. It's because this guy's coming here illegally, we are making less money.
That's what we mean by one-track mind, sir.
And that's not, it's not, where's the data proving that? Where's the facts of that proving that?
You don't actually have good data that immigrants are like decreasing native-born wages. Again, I talked about this earlier. We have studies on this. There's good economic theory behind it. Immigrants sometimes will decrease wages for unskilled workers like high school dropouts, and even then, it's a pretty minor effect. Even George Borjas, who I think makes quite a few bad assumptions, but he's the biggest like anti-immigration economist. Even he will tell you like, oh, wages are not hurt for anyone but high school dropouts.
Also, hey, like, listen, I'm not a big econ guy, but I'd imagine that if you're giving these like companies the ability to bring in more workforce, and if the economy is getting larger and companies are getting bigger, then that's also going to increase wages. That'd be my guess. I don't know, maybe not. But
let me cite again this particular link. Immigrants inject trillions of dollars of housing wealth in the United States. The vast majority of immigrants are not dependent on state governments to guarantee them with housing. In reality, they're putting back let me finish. They're putting vast sums of money into the housing market and revitalizing neighborhoods. 2 years ago, immigrant households paid over $167 billion in rent in the housing market, over $6.6 trillion in housing wealth. So again, where's the data that represents all those things that you're saying, that it affects the local economy, etc.? It increases it. It injects into it. So again, the consideration on the economic analysis of legality or illegality is irrelevant.
And speaking of who's got an echo? Someone's got an echo going on. But speaking of money, JB says, bye, Ditso. And M. Dave, where you been? Sends another 5 to solidify the boot with a full 2 minutes backstage, Ditso. Hang tight. And then Sarcastic Warlock says, all illegal immigrants can stay after serving 2 years in a labor camp for the purpose of character assessment and re-education. Ditso would wash out.
Quick question. I'll let you finish.
Another 5 added to Ditso for the sass. Go ahead, Whick.
Okay. So
Is that the
man
gulag
or the man
name?
or woman, I don't know, who just mentioned like 2 years service in a labor camp would get them citizenship or let them stay. Would that count for serving in the military? Because, again, there are plenty of immigrants who use that as a path to citizenship, who serve in the military for a time in hopes to get a better chance of becoming a citizen, that are also being deported, right? By this administration. And that is shameful to me. And there's the story of the Afghan interpreter, who wasn't serving in our military, but served with us in Afghanistan, who interpreted for us, who put his life on the line. And we promised him, okay, we're going to keep you safe. You can come here. You can have asylum. That's been stripped, and they're going to deport him. And I think that's shameful. I do.
I agree. And I shed a single tear in the shower for that man.
You're up to 20 minutes in the back now.
I want to hear from 007.
Go ahead, 007.
So, what you were saying about it not affecting wages, or only affecting wages for high school dropouts, why the fuck should high school dropouts have their wages reduced because a bunch of immigrants have come in? I used to work in, I'm a college and a university dropout, and I used to work in construction, and I had a short spell. I had a serious car accident. Was in hospital for a long time, and then was in prison. And then when I went back to construction, the wages were less than half of what I'd been earning before because of immigrants. So,
I mean, it's just a cost of,
why is that okay?
Yeah, it's just a question of costs and benefits, right? So if we're weighing the costs and benefits of immigration, well, let's look at, some of the costs they have, like, high school dropouts wages go down like 1%. It's like, okay, let's compare that to the benefit. Well, our working age
50%,
population,
not 1%, not one. Didn't you hear me?
You
I
don't.
said 50%.
Yeah, I'm not gonna.
How do you know that the
I take the
decrease was immigrants?
Well,
right.
I guess it must have just been a coincidence.
That's what I figured. Yeah, that's what I figured. Thank you.
Yeah. So exactly, you don't have very good evidence that. First of all, I think if we look holistically, construction wages or whatever have not fallen 50%. I don't think there's evidence of that in the first place. But
So, do you live in England? Do you live in the UK? Do you live in the UK?
I don't live in the UK, no.
All right, so you don't know fucking
I'm not
shit
familiar
then,
with the UK data.
Maybe,
maybe
hold on, let's be clear. Hold on, no, this is important. This is important. This is important, right?
You don't
There
know
are
anything about the
other
UK, so
countries
don't.
that have different
This is about
issues in
Donald Trump.
America right now. I can't speak to those countries. I just don't know. So that might be true with England, with the UK, but it's not true for here. That's all I know.
Well, I know that what I'm seeing in the UK is a complete change of demographics in towns and villages, in rural settings and stuff. Complete change of demographics. Now, England's a lot smaller, obviously, much smaller than the US, but we've been dealing with this illegal immigration for the last 20 years or something, and we've got I don't know how many over there now. Now, for them to do that in America is going to be a lot more difficult, but it seems like over the last 5 years, there's been a massive increase, and you've had a lot of Muslims and stuff moving in. This immigration, I'm the result of immigration. My granddad fought in the Second World War for the Germans, got captured by the English, stayed over, had an affair with my nan. My mum was born, and here I am. I'm a quarter North African, so I'm the result of immigration, but not illegal. It wasn't illegal immigration. He was captured, he was shot down, he was captured, he stayed in hospital, and then he stayed on legally afterwards, after the war. Immigration is a great thing, man, but under no circumstances whatsoever, ever, is illegal immigration a good idea. The British Crown has used it as a tool for basically colour revolution to destabilize. They've been using it for the last 200 years all over the entire earth.
I don't think that's
Beautiful
true.
monologue.
I think that the idea that there's some, first of all, that the government would be competent enough to pull off a plan like that beggars belief. I just don't think the government
do what
could
they're
do
told
that
to
well.
do. No, government do what they're told to do. If you think the government are
tells the
thinking of
government what to
any
do?
of their plans at all, they're not.
Okay,
They're doing
can
what
you
they're
be
told
very
to
clear
do.
with what
Who
you're
tells the
saying?
government
What group is doing this? If not the government, what group is doing this and why?
I have a feeling I might know.
I don't know, but sarcastic warlock says my labor camp is not a gulag, sir. It's a tortilla.
It's
Now
me. I'm the one doing it.
I had a tortilla actually for dinner. It was delicious.
Me too.
I have some guacamole and tortilla chips upstairs. I might be inclined to go get some here shortly.
Immigration got you that. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
Oh,
right? That's
I'll get some
cultural
salsa
mix.
too.
That's cultural mix.
Let's do it. And Ryan's still hanging backstage. He's got 23 minutes left with all that time you guys were adding on. Poor Ryan, 23 minutes. You can buy him out right now. Buy him out.
Whick, to answer something you said before, you asked for an example of a high case where a immigrant or someone was deported or denationalized because of rapping about terrorism and stuff like that.
For rapping, not about terrorism, just for rapping.
There's several Canadian
rapping about support of a terrorist group.
Black rappers that have been deported back to Canada and lost their right to stay in the U.S. because they've been supporting gang or gangs and stuff like that. And
there's a lad in the UK as well that's been put in prison for a rap about he was rapping in Arabic, I think, or either Arabic or Hebrew. I think it might have been Arabic though, about the Palestinians. He didn't even understand what he was saying, and he was put in. The
UK doesn't have the same.
And I don't know about the UK. I can't speak to the UK. I'm sorry, but to talk to you, Evan, when were they deported?
From what I've seen, there was a case in 2010 for, I forget his name, but it was
okay. I disagree with the cases. I think that was wrong. That the American government, if what you're saying is true, and I'm just going to grant you, if this was the reason they were deported, I think that's wrong and that's a shame. We shouldn't do that. We shouldn't repeat our mistakes.
Wait, just to be clear, were they deported because of the rap lyrics, or were they deported because of gang affiliation?
I'd say it was a collection of things, like some of the stuff that did off.
So it's not comparable.
Okay.
There's, I will say, for rapping and stuff like that, a lot of rappers gloat about the stuff they do, and it leads the police to go and say, hey, they have drugs if they're rapping about drugs.
But if we're saying that one person shouldn't be deported for rapping along to a song, and then you bring up, oh well, there was another guy another rapper who got deported because he was rapping a particular song, and because he was affiliated with 3 gangs in Chicago. It's that's a way different situation than the one that we're talking about.
I just want to say Ryan finally got back on. Somebody paid.
That's sexy.
This goes down in Gauntlet history because it never works this way. So shout out to Alexander for the first
Thank you, Alex.
Ryan buyback. And also they said looking at construction worker wages in the last 5 years, they have gone up 27%. I feel like 007 is a lying turkey.
Again, he's talking about the UK. This might be different in the UK.
Person?
I don't know.
Well, the immigrants raised it 50%.
I haven't been in the UK for 12 years, so I don't know. I'm talking about 2004, 2005.
I mean,
in 2004, the immigrants raised the minimum. The immigrants decreased wages by 50%.
When I went back to construction, I was earning 50% less than I was when I was in there before I had my car accident and went to prison.
You understand that there's
how do we know that was legal
factors
immigration
that can contribute to your
right. Yeah, quite possibly. But I also know that the construction sites were full and are full now. Like all of the subcontractors. For my friend works in construction. She's an RLO, regional liaison officer who liaises between the contractors, the subcontractors, and the clients. And every single they're all immigrants. She said they are the only English people. The only English people are the bosses.
Wait, hold on. Are they all immigrants or are they all brown?
No, they're all immigrants. They're Romanian.
How do you know that they're immigrants?
They're Romanians.
Did you check their papers?
I can attest to what
But also, like,
talking about.
You mentioned earlier, like, oh, why do high school dropouts, wages deserve to be dropped anyway? And like, even if I take your argument at face value that construction wages dropped 50%, which I just don't think is true, and I don't think it's because of immigration.
I mean,
but like,
what are you, like 20
when the
years
price
old?
of an input falls, production increases, right? Businesses
I
make more.
I can attest to what 007.
Hold on, construction is an input to everything, right? So if construction wages go down, that means construction companies can construct more things, and that means businesses can expand easier. There's a good paper from 2020 in Minneapolis that finds it was looking at
to reduce everybody's
came
wages,
over.
man. Why don't they just reduce everybody's wages so they can bring the cost of everything down?
That's not
and
very
make it
second,
cheaper
but again,
for
this
everybody?
paper from Minneapolis in 2020 found that they were looking at immigrants who came over who don't have a high school degree, and they found these immigrants do take more from welfare. Oh, God damn it, Coder, rip.
Okay, so I apologize. I was gonna wait. I was just gonna let that sit there, non-fawn. But since you did stop, thank you. I appreciate it. They already were shooting the shots, and it wasn't enough yet to match the 50 that came up. But the full 100 here at the Gauntlet,
like one sentence.
and yeah, I will. Let me bear with me a second. So. Gully gave a full 100, which here is a full boot. However, we can give it a few minutes. I'll after you say your thing, we'll give it a few minutes, and somebody can buy it back. Okay, they can match the boot. It does have to be a full 100, but they can match it and buy you back up. But outside of that, that does mean you are done for the evening. So.
Yeah.
Presuming nobody's going to do that, Ryan, I will give you the floor to say your goodbyes.
It's been a pleasure.
Oh yeah, played it, dog. Played it. Boy, you're weak.
Excited.
That's a gorgeous dog, man.
Oh wait, what?
You're back in the game.
Oh shit!
You're universally hated. Congratulations, Coder, bro.
Wow, that's
Shut up.
another second. I
Oh,
thought you were
did
a
it, bro.
goner for sure, Ryan.
I thought it was over.
I really thought.
Sarah owes you a soy latte now. So owes you a
Well,
soy latte.
the thing I was going to say, I didn't even realize Evan wasn't still up here, but I was going to call him out for calling Mamdani a radical Islamist. I thought that was a insanely racist and
Well, he is a communist.
I don't think he's a communist. I don't think he's a radical Islamist. I think it's insane to say. And well, we got
You didn't see the dance they were doing? Oh my god!
Again, here's Umbreon. Look, if you guys. Well, obviously, people have very strong feelings about me either way, positive or negative. People have donated a lot of money to see me go back and forth tonight. So if you want to check out me and Umbreon more, you can go to my channel, Radical Coder, like and subscribe. Make sure you support Sarah at the Gauntlet and on the Raging Tomato. Much love to her and most of the people on the panel. Thank you all.
All right, I'll give it a couple minutes, Ryan, backstage. If anybody chooses to revive, they've got a few minutes to do so. If not, we'll say goodbye. Okay. Wow, that's crazy, Alexander. You threw me off there on that one. You threw me off there. Hardcore. I've never seen Ryan get bought back up, and I especially haven't seen him get bought back up after a full boot. And while we're on that, and then after this, I'll hand it back to you, Non-Fawn. The Incredible Hawk says with the Big Ten, why do libs only seem to get upset at people who try to enforce the law and never the people who broken it or enabled it in the first place? Like the Biden admin and his migrant caravans. And before you answer anybody, Ryan, you not only are bought back, sir, but you got an extra layer of
$500.
Damn.
Holy.
That's insane. Rin, what are you doing, buddy? You're my whale. Okay, I'm a little jealous tonight, but that's okay.
What does Alexander like about?
We like
Coder?
your Rin. No, support Sarah. She's great. But
Earlier, Alexander said it wasn't about. Hold on, and I missed it because it was a thing here. He said because we hit the boots, but he said couldn't care less about Ryan just ruining JB Peltier's night. Also, 2004. And that question was to you, Mr. Bond. At least that's what the chat is calling you, 007. And then I stupidly said, "Who's Mr. Bond?" Not thinking of the 007.
It's double. Oh.
I think this is just good advice, it's a good demonstration of how being a grounded, polarizing figure can be very beneficial. I encourage people to speak their truth in spite of the haters and losers who want to silence you. Just stay strong and like hold your ground, because it always it comes back around, and I appreciate everyone who's supporting the channel both ways.
Thank you, Ryan. I do appreciate it. I know you obviously are benefiting in other ways, but you being here all the time always helps me out. You are a very strong support network of this show. And Evan Lord says, and Nanfan, I know I interrupted you a minute ago, so I will allow you to finish your thought bubble, and then we'll put you to the back. Kicking out Nanfan because he thinks humans are purely economic units. Globalists and metropolitans are evil for their host countries. Go ahead, Nanfan, spit it out, and then you get 5 in the back.
Yeah, I love globalism. Globalism is the best thing ever. We should have open borders and free trade with every country ever. But real quick, okay, last thing, finishing my thing. Okay, there's a good study, 2020, Minneapolis, looking at immigrants who came over without a high school degree. They find that although they did have negative, they took more from benefits and taxes on directly when you account for the indirect effects they have, because as I mentioned earlier, if they reduce construction wages, let's say, just accept that argument. Construction's an input for everything. Businesses can build more things, and that added activity actually it makes them net fiscal contributors. So accounting for the indirect effects, they actually contribute I think it's like $700 annually to the government.
Link the study.
Oh yeah, I can do that.
Fair enough. All right, Nanfan, 5 minutes in the back for you, sir.
Can I say 2 things real quick?
Yeah, of course.
So the first thing is that I think it's funny that conservatives will make an economic argument against immigration, and then whenever somebody gives an economic argument back, they just call them a globalist and say that like people aren't money. Don't make economic arguments about immigration if you don't want them refuted. And then the second part is that to respond to the one dude who said, "Why does it seem like all liberals just want to criticize people enforcing the law?" The problem is that the person who is enforcing the law is also breaking the laws in order to enforce the laws. The invocation of the Alien Enemies Act was probably illegal. The way that he was going through it was absolutely illegal. There's like a myriad amount of like injunctions that are being put on the president and pauses that are being put on the president. So that's why.
Has the courts ruled on that yet? For you to say it's illegal?
Yep. JGG versus Trump and WMM versus Trump. Go read.
Have they been settled already?
Yep. Supreme Court rulings.
Thank you, Rin.
Said he couldn't use that?
Huh?
Oh, sorry. Just
the Supreme Court said he couldn't invoke that act?
No, it wasn't criticizing the invocation. It was criticizing the deportations using the Alien Enemies Act because they were robbing people of their due process rights.
Well, just the other, was it 2 days ago, yesterday? Whatever it was, Supreme Court just said he could go back to quick deportations.
That was a separate case. That was about third country deportations. That had nothing to do with the Alien Enemies Act.
But it is also a disturbing precedent.
Okay, I think I'm going to the back.
And no, you're not. Or did another one come in? Oh, okay, yeah.
I'm confused.
So a duck, goose, add to Nanfan's time. Nanfan, I already added it in. You got 10 more minutes back there. And then Rinyald, you got 5 in the back, sir. Enjoy it. Keep Nanfan company.
And I can attest to 007, what he was talking about. Back in 2010, the last time I hired an outside contractor where I worked, same crew I hired every couple of years whenever we had big jobs. In 2010, their quote unquote unskilled labor, which was your cleanup or to carry pieces here and there and drop them off, was all non-English speaking individuals. And I talked to the boss of the crew and asked what was going on. He said, we picked these guys up for half of what we had to pay our regulars. I'm going to make you into some Panda Express if you don't shut up.
I tell my dogs that too. I'm like, I'm going to Panda Express your ass. Chinese food, what?
Yeah,
I'm gonna, gentlemen,
Yeah,
I'm just gonna,
microaggression, but
I'm gonna step away for just a moment. I am being paged upstairs to my daughter. I
Go.
imagine you can all
Sasquatch has got it.
manage this. Yeah, Sasquatch is in charge. I'm sure you'll be fine. If there's boots or anything, just if you get booted, just shut up for a couple minutes. I'll be right back.
Yeah. So, is there anyone up here who?
I just want to make something clear right quick. I have unlimited power, and I'm not afraid to use it. So go ahead.
Yeah. So, is there anyone up here who still thinks that undocumented immigrants do not have the right to due process?
I don't actually think anyone's made that statement.
Yeah,
tonight.
we've won that battle.
did.
I think
I
we've
did.
won that battle.
Chuck, I'm sorry, Chuck. My bad. Chuck's
Chuck.
talking napalm and bullets. I
They
mean,
they
Garcia
they
got
broke they broke due process when they crossed the border illegally. Therefore, they get
Hold
no
on.
due process.
Let me ask you, Chuck.
Go ahead, Whick.
Do criminals, people who rape, murder, and steal, do they deserve due process?
American citizens.
Anyone.
American citizens.
Everyone. Due process.
If they're not,
Hold on.
if they're
Can I
not
ask
a
you?
citizen,
Let me start at the basics. What is due process?
the right to have the charges brought against you. You walk through the steps, through
Okay.
initial charges and court process and all that.
So due
Right to an
process,
attorney.
put simply, is the idea at its basic level is that you will be notified of the charges against you, right? The government will tell you why they are doing the thing to you, and you have a
Right.
chance to answer those charges and to say, no, actually, I did not do X. I am not X. Or there are extenuating circumstances that should clear up my X. What that looks like depends on the circumstances. So due process for an illegal immigrant is different than for a citizen, and it's different from if you are sued in a civil court versus if you are brought to a criminal court. When we talk about these things, when it comes to due process for illegal immigrants, I think that they have less when we send them to their home country and just release them than they should if we send them to a foreign prison, which is what the Trump admin has done in many cases. That's my problem here, is that we are sending people to prison without giving them a hearing.
Are we sending border crossers, or are we sending convicted criminals
They're
to another
not
prison?
convicted criminals.
The problem is there's no process to
they
determine
sent
which
that
one
guy.
shot. That's the problem.
They sent that lad that had the hairdresser lad that had the two
crown
crowns, a
tattoos.
crown on his
Yep,
wrist,
no trial,
and one
nothing.
for his mum and his dad, and he got
Yeah,
sent
two
off
trials.
to Venezuela or wherever it was. He
El
got-
Salvador.
He didn't even come. Yeah, he'd left there because he was gay and he was seeking asylum because he was being persecuted because of his sexual preference. I mean, that when I heard about that was, I think that sucks, man. There's some people getting. It sounds like there's too many people getting caught up in the net that maybe shouldn't be in the net, right?
And if the administration would just kind of take their time a little bit more and follow the legal processes that were in place and stop trying to bend and break them, then we wouldn't have to deal with stuff like that.
True. That's just true. This is my problem. Like, look, the government, when they make a mistake, well, let me just ask you guys, if the government gets it wrong, should they have to make that right? If the government makes a mistake, should the government be responsible for fixing that mistake? Just as a basic level.
One would think so.
Yes, that would be the ideal, right? So when the government makes a mistake and sends someone to a foreign prison without due process, I am advocating that they should have to make restitution by bringing them back and giving them whatever process whatever sentence we want to give them or whatever charge we're charging them with is due, and then act accordingly. Like Abrego Garcia, they brought him back because Supreme Court acknowledged. Hold on, let me finish. The Supreme Court acknowledged what the government did was wrong. They violated his rights. And so they brought him back and they are hosting a trial. If he's found guilty in that trial, by all means, Put him away. Send him away. I don't care. But the important thing is that he has the chance to have a trial because, again, they're not just deporting him to another country. They're sending him to a prison.
What he's in Tennessee jail for right now?
I don't know what jail he's in right now.
He's in Tennessee, but I was just reading an article yesterday, that as soon as if he makes bond or gets released on bail, that ICE is going to pick him up and promptly deport him.
And they can do that as long as it's not to El Salvador.
Right. I don't think it'd be El Salvador.
Well,
I think
they can't
it's
El
Sudan.
Salvador. They, as far as I know,
think he's going to Sudan or Zimbabwe or one of those countries.
I want to add something real quick to that. I think it's really important to note that with the Abrego stuff, like Trump was very clear that for months that he could have brought him back and was deciding not to, and it's only because of the courts and extreme heavy political pressure from the left and liberals who were saying, hey, this is fucked up, this is unconstitutional, this is bad, and were very loud and critical. And MAGA was just lying and standing Trump for as he did this illegal act over and over and defending it. And so I think it's really important to acknowledge it.
I think he's taking a lot of credit.
Trump didn't just hang on. I'm almost done. I promise. Trump didn't just decide like, oh, I'm going to follow the law. He was actively trying not to follow the law, and it was because of political pressure from people like us and the courts,
had ended for
people supporting the courts like us.
Situation. The pressure had ended. The left kind of gave up on that story for about 2 or 3 weeks. What happened was we found out more information about his crimes and everything, and therefore we wanted to basically troll that information and say, this is the guy you wanted back. Look at all the other stuff that we've got him down for and everything. Here, you really want to have a court?
Yes, I would give a court trial to the devil himself because that protects my rights, protecting the shield that keeps me safe.
2 trials.
Also,
2 trials that said
not before he was deported.
Yeah, wait. And hold on. The result of that trial was to be given an order, a withholding order, so that he wasn't deported to El Salvador. Had they deported him to Venezuela or another country, we would having a different conversation. But that's not what they did.
Would still require a hearing,
they admitted, the government admitted they messed up. They made a mistake. It was a clerical error. And they did it by mistake, violating the due process that he originally received in those first 2 trials. The government admits that.
No, he should not have been in the country.
It's the 14th Amendment. They have due process anyway.
Check out your Supreme Court information on that. But anyway,
I can cite you the literal case that they ruled on.
Yeah, we're talking about Abrego Garcia.
They ruled it was illegal.
Explicitly. And they even said that like the justification that Donald Trump's administration used to deport Kilmar could be used to deport anyone, even U.S. citizens, without due process. This is explicitly written in the 9-0 Supreme Court ruling regarding Kilmar.
You're cherry picking a piece of the dissenting opinion.
No, that was
no 9-0. It was 9-0. There is no dissenting opinion, dude.
Ghost that dissented.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
I'm 100% sure. Yes.
There's been several. Hold on. There's been several rulings on this. There were dissenting opinions in some of them, but the one he's referencing, there was not.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask a question? It's going to be kind of a lengthy one, so I need people to go on a journey with me, though.
Okay. Hold on. We're going to do this right. If it's a lengthy one.
It's not that lengthy, but it's like relatively. Okay. So there's these guys, right? And they are from, where? Oh my God. Okay. There are these people. I think it was Venezuela. They were from Venezuela, right? They were illegal immigrants, but they were not able to be expeditedly deported, right? So Donald Trump has the idea to sign the Alien Enemies Act, right? To basically expedite their removal. Before he signs this proclamation, these people are being rounded up and they're being put on planes. And they're trying to be shipped out of the country as fast as possible without the ability to appeal to any outside body, like a lawyer, like anybody else. This is, by the way, they're detained before the proclamation of the Alien Enemies Act even becomes public, okay? So they're not given the ability to reach out to a lawyer. The only reason that this person named JGG was able to reach out to a lawyer was because his plane broke down and they couldn't get him out of the country quick enough. So this demonstrates that the Trump administration not only wanted to get these people out as fast as possible, but they also wanted to mitigate their ability to challenge any of the claims that the government was just unilaterally making against these people. Do you think that's appropriate? Thank you.
Before anybody answers that, somebody asked in chat, "Are those shoulder pads?"
It's a new shirt. Okay, I haven't tried it on. They're a little big. The shirt's really small. I don't know what this fit is, but
I'm sorry. I've been thinking about who was the reporter for the Ninja Turtles, April O'Neil. I've been thinking
That's her.
Listen, $10.
I'm not digging at you. I'm just saying.
Brynjald J.B. Peltier didn't like the fact that you came out with a full mouth and yapping.
I wasn't expected to be put up on the giant screen, okay?
But you were talking with your mouth full, sir. So you have 5 minutes in the back. Non-fun only has a minute left, so we'll trade you out here in just a second. All right.
Before you drop me down,
yeah.
Please, conservatives, please answer that question, please. Okay.
They will, absolutely.
Do they remember the question?
No, I wasn't listening.
Of course not. Okay,
well, hold on.
This is a problem. No, hold on. This is my larger problem. This is my larger problem with these conversations. And this is the asymmetry of it. Had I not answered one of Sarah's questions or one of the audience questions or even one of your questions, you would have lambasted me. Look, he's dodging. Look, he's not even paying attention. But you guys can just ignore all the points we're making. And
he presupposed something in the question, so why should we acknowledge a presupposition?
Is what bothers me. The hypocrisy is what bothers me. But go on.
Why should we acknowledge his presupposition that he had in his question?
What did he presuppose? Be more specific.
I forget all the question and everything, but at the end or whatever, he made a claim or whatever that could not be backed up with just a basic claim.
What was the claim?
I don't remember every single word.
You don't know, so how do you know it can't be backed up?
I remember.
If you don't know what the claim is, how do you know it can't be backed up?
Do you want me to recap it for you?
Give the claim, Renyald. What was the claim?
What was the presupposition?
Go after your question.
Okay.
So
there's this group of Venezuelans, all right, and they're being rounded up before the proclamation of the Alien Enemies Act has even been signed by Donald Trump. They're being put on the plane to be deported as quickly as possible without giving them the opportunity to appeal to a lawyer. The only reason that they were able to appeal to a lawyer is because the plane broke down. Is that appropriate?
No, yes. You said something else after that.
I sure shit didn't.
Yes,
I don't know what question you listened to, but it wasn't mine.
You had something.
Well, answer this question then, Bill.
Trump. What was it? What did he say? 007.
He said what he just said.
Trump had signed. He was just about to, or hadn't yet signed, but was going to sign the aliens.
No, it hadn't been made public that he had signed it.
It hadn't been made public, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yet. And they,
I don't know. We don't know if he signed it, but it wasn't a public proclamation.
True.
So the Alien Enemies Act shouldn't have been in place. But he was rounding people up to deport them as quickly as possible anyway.
Right, and the only reason that they weren't shipped off was because their car broke down or something. They didn't
the plane
get to
that was going to ship them off to El Salvador broke down.
Right, so that gave them a little bit of recourse, gave them a little bit of time, obviously, to say, "Hey, what the fuck's going on here?" Right?
Mm-hmm.
I'll answer it personally. I'm not conservative. I'm not a political person. I'm an anarchist. I don't agree with government, but I don't agree with that either. You know, there's got to be there has to be a.
If you're an anarchist, what do you care about immigrants, illegal or otherwise?
Did everybody get what they needed from Renyald?
Yeah, I think
I didn't get an answer to the question, but
well, they're going to continue marching through it, but I think we got the position from you. So yeah.
Bill, do you have like a caretaker or someone who can help you with the question?
Are you ageist? Are you afraid of my age?
Yes, I am.
Too old for you?
Yeah, I am.
I'm sorry. I guess you're not only
Boomer.
Just you're a sexist.
I'm catching strays. I'm old too, Radical. You know that, right? I'm an old guy.
Hey,
you're not that old.
Not that far either. Okay. I'm already like
friendly fire, blue on blue. Okay.
Look, it is what
I'm
it is.
already looking at retirement. You know what I mean?
What is it? What's the word? Geriocracy? It must be dismantled. Okay.
It's okay. My average audience is between like 35 and 45. So we're all okay here. We're in a safety zone. We're surrounded by our peers. It's good. We'll be all right, Whick. We'll be all right. All right. Did anybody answer Renyald's question?
There's too many holes in his questions to be
Name
answered.
one, Chuck.
The first hole he made was he wasn't sure if it was signed or not signed. It was the first statement he made.
He
No,
said,
that was
he said
me.
it wasn't.
Proclamation.
He specifically said it wasn't public yet.
Right, yeah, that
No.
was me.
Then
That
he
was me.
changed it.
Chuck,
Oh.
that was me that said that. I said I didn't know if it was signed or not signed. I couldn't
I
remember.
think we
if
got to
he
shut
said-
down all boomers coming into the panel until we figure out what the hell's going on. Okay, this is unacceptable.
No boomers here. I'm not sure if you know your generation.
Where did the plane break down at?
I don't know.
Why is that relevant?
Is this the same group that's sitting over in Africa at the moment?
No.
No, the plane broke down like in America. Like these were people who
Okay.
were going to be deported.
Because there's another group that's sitting in Africa on their way to
That might be.
Sudan or
Let's back on target. Back on target. Okay, back on target. So, in the incident he outlined, what are the holes? You said there were holes. Name one.
Okay, the first one was he said he wasn't sure if the proclamation
007
was
said that.
in effect or not.
He didn't
Well, it
say
wasn't
that.
made public, so these immigrant they had no like how are you supposed to make like a a habeas claim or whatever if there's no public proclamation of what you're even being deported under.
If he signed it, it is therefore law.
Chuck, it wasn't public. How did that?
It
a
doesn't
proclamation
have to
made
be
public.
published.
Yes, it does. What does a signed executive order do if it's not public? If no one knows that it's law?
They put it on the Federal Registry.
Hold on. Do you think? Hold on. No. Do you think that the government is? It's okay to have secret laws that no one knows about?
No,
Do you think
I'm
that's
not talking
okay?
about secret laws.
That well, if they don't make it public,
But he wasn't. He didn't seem real sure in his story in the question.
So that's
Because the first time out of the gate, he was bubbling words all over the place and couldn't even think about who or what
I
it
don't know
was.
who Renyald is, but
remember if
he's
they were
been very well
Venezuelan.
spoken.
What's that?
I don't know who Renyald is, but this is my first time meeting you, sir. But he's
Oh,
been
I
very
don't know
well
who he is
spoken.
either.
Yeah, he
Renyald's
did not
mic'd
mince
out.
his words. He was quite upfront with what he meant, and he made his point clearly. If you think his point has holes in it, I'm willing to hear you, but you got to give me something other than he may have
Okay.
not known about the public order signing, which isn't relevant to what he's trying to get through.
Yeah, I feel like the question was painfully clear, and the only answer that I've gotten to it is like some vague posturing that I made a presupposition that they can't identify. So, I mean, I don't know. That seems like the kryptonite question.
Well, it just you didn't
You know what?
seem to have any
I changed my
facts.
mind. I'm
These
now for
people
intelligent
at
tests
this
to vote.
place.
I'm now for intelligent tests before people vote. I want that. I think that we need it. You have to have at least 80 IQ. Okay? Or else you can't vote.
115.
Damn it.
Wouldn't go that
I'm out.
Okay. Well,
Yeah,
women,
sorry, Sarah.
women
Hashtag
are different,
115 or
okay?
higher.
Women have a different scale. We're not judging you on your IQ, Sarah. We don't want to play chess with you after all.
Renyald,
But you know,
we're the-
we're going here and we have standards, and I think one of the standards should be
I think there should be
you
a
need to
height
have at least
requirement
80
too.
IQ. Okay.
Fuck!
Damn.
6'1" or taller. 6'1" or taller to vote.
Oh, I'm
Only if you can
definitely
pass the
out.
IQ
I'm
too.
a whole foot shy of that one.
So I just want to
Okay, all right.
real quick to kind of build on the whole thing about the plane.
Do you
breaking
got
down
the
and-
actual information, Ryan?
Sort of. Well, I'm referencing the opinion
sort
that I
of.
cited earlier regarding the Supreme Court, right? The 901. I just wanted to read this line because this is really relevant to the idea of the plane breaking down, right? So this was with regards to Kilmar. The government's argument, moreover, implies that it could deport and incarcerate any person, including U.S. citizens. That's most of the people up here, right? Without legal consequence, so long as it does so before a court can intervene, which is why like the plane breaking down is what would like protect those people in that case, which is I mean this is a pretty important thing to contend with, right? Like if we have a precedent where US citizens can be deported as long as they do it quickly, like this is incredibly dangerous, especially for people like us who are speaking out against the regime.
Also, just to be clear, the judge in this case ruled that there was probable cause for contempt because of the actions of the Trump administration.
And Stephen Miller was the one who pushed for them to do what they're doing right now.
Mm-hmm. No, I will agree with you there. I think he's doing a lot of the pushing.
I think he's
Yeah, Stephen
when we
Miller's
talk about
cool.
the
We
deep
got- we gotta
state,
get Stephen
we got to
Miller
talk
out.
about Stephen Miller.
I'm not a huge
Miller
fan
fan.
of Stephen Miller.
Neither is Trump, and neither am I.
Well, I mean,
He's got his hand on the wheel, you know. He's
Yeah,
Well, wait a minute.
it's because
right now.
Trump.
Best way to back
Look,
up.
let's be real here. Trump's pretty old. Okay, he's not all there, and he has a handler, and his name is Stephen Miller. Who's really running the country? Republicans.
Damn right.
Who's really running the country? Is it Trump or is it
Who
Stephen
was for the
Miller?
past 4 years? Who was?
So I don't
ask.
bog up the whole panel with that question. Just in case anybody in the chat is curious, look up JGG versus Trump Boasberg contempt ruling. It'll come right up. There's 48 pages detailing all of the information about
Did
this
you
case.
say JGG?
JGG versus Trump
Okay.
contempt ruling. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I'll look that up here when I get off of.
Well,
I
for
can't-
you, I linked it in private chat, so you can.
Oh, thank you.
Oh yeah, based.
Appreciate it.
I'll drop it in the gauntlet chat as well.
You just didn't seem real sure as you was asking the question, so it almost sounded like you were making the story up for the question.
Do you really think I would just make up a random ass story to?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All
A
right.
lot of people, I don't care which side of the political spectrum they're on, a lot of people got a bad habit of doing that. Well, I heard Martha say,
Convenient.
Well, luckily he cited the source, so we don't have to worry about that here.
Yeah, we could.
thank you. And I thanked him for it.
All right, well, we can move on from the kryptonite question, but I feel like we've acknowledged that Trump was actually robbing these people of the right to a hearing based on whether or not they were deportable. It seems like pretty bad policy to me, especially when you get shot down in SCOTUS twice for it, and it's ruled that you have probable cause for contempt of court. Seems pretty bad, but I mean that's just me.
It's very
I think.
concerning. Does
I
anyone
think. Look,
it's not concerning?
I want to.
Pretty
Can I
good?
just
I'm
say
sorry,
I haven't
Robert.
seen many of these. Right. I haven't seen many of these Thursday throwdowns. So perhaps I'm just ignorant of this. But man, we just cleaned up liberals. I mean, we just cleaned up. They can't answer basic questions. We have swayed the audience. We have swayed many on the panel. I think we have done just a fantastic job, and in no small part thanks to me. Honestly, I'm pretty awesome.
The audience ran out of money trying to get rid of
Thank you for your
coders.
service, sir.
FYI. So
True. Wick really carried the liberals on his back for this debate.
You know what? It's okay. I do do what it needs doing. It's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Not all heroes wear capes. Some wear hoodies.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're
Some wear hoodies.
They're hiding.
Where is
On that
Andrew or
note,
Jim Bob?
on that note,
Andrew,
Sarah, I'm going to say
Andrew
goodbye.
Wilson
Thank you very
is
much
still-
for having me.
Sure. Andrew
It's
Wilson.
been a pleasure.
Andrew Wilson is still hiding because he knows he challenged me. He said he would pay me $20,000 US to go 3 rounds with him in a boxing ring. And he asked me for a date. I gave him a date, June 28th. And he has been conspicuously silent.
That's tomorrow.
Since then. It's not tomorrow. Well, it is technically.
Well,
it's
it is for
Thursday.
me,
kind of,
Yeah.
technically,
Yeah,
yeah.
technically,
East
I
Coast
guess it
time.
is if you're on East Coast. And he hasn't said shit, right? He hasn't said yes, no, maybe I need to push it back a little bit and discuss the venue. Nothing. Where are Andrew and Jim Bob? They're hiding because they're scared. That's where they are.
Cowards.
It's a shame that immigration was the #1 issue for a lot of Republicans, and none of them are willing to come up and defend the agenda. That's kind of concerning. I don't know. The death of truth may be upon us.
We're the Gen Z men who were swayed towards the Trump administration. We've got the geriatrics up here defending the regime.
Hey.
Even they're accepting. Even they're accepting that there's a lot of problems here. So I don't know. It seems like like Wick said, a liberal win, and even from the left of the liberals, I appreciate these W's just as well. So
And I even did it with my mouth full too. How about that?
Okay. Pause.
Of goldfish.
I was going to say, what was his name?
So much in the gutter tonight. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Any Andrew fans out there, if you want him here, you got to go get him. I
Keep
do
in
not
mind,
bother that man.
I have about 30 minutes left before I have to go. So it's FYI.
Train for your fight.
Man, no. If he wants to pay me $20,000, we can fight tomorrow, right? I'd be okay with it, right? But I would like some time to train. like a little bit if he was going to.
Hell, just give me the money. I'll lay it out on the mat.
I mean, yeah, that would be the easy way, right? Like take
There you
20
go.
grand just for you to take a swing. Oh, damn, I lost. Oh, what a fucking pity.
Oh no, I guess I'll have to cry my eyes out with my $20,000.
As I'm walking to the bank.
True.
Think of all the dental work we can get for 20 grand.
So is it stick or which? I can't hardly see it. Small on the screen.
You got to drink less, buddy. It's Whick TV.
Whick.
Yeah.
I don't drink, buddy.
Good.
On the phone, it's just super small. So, what do you suggest the solution is?
Well, first of all, I think that what ICE should focus on instead of nail salons and Home Depot is actual violent criminals. So again, put ICE back to work. I'm not saying for abolish ICE here, right? Like some of the lefties might. I'm saying put them back to work getting actual criminals, actual violent gang members off of our streets. That's what I want, right? That's my first and foremost advocacy here. Then we need to look at some laws about how they can do things. I would be okay with a law in the books, much like Trump is trying to do with protesters not being able to mask up, unless there are extenuating circumstances, which I can imagine if you're like undercover or something, and going after like violent gang members or cartels. But in the normal course of events, you should not be able to disguise your identity. You should not be able to mask up. You should be required to wear a uniform. You should be required to show a badge, and you should be required to have some sort of identification number that can be referenced. So if you break the law in the process of doing your duty, that you could be held accountable.
Also, just at the
are these not
level,
reasonable? Are these not just reasonable things? These seems eminently reasonable. Right and left can agree on these things. Assuredly.
Like
Why are hold on?
level,
Only Mr. Bill and Chuck.
What if showing your face
let me
endangers your children? What if showing your face endangers your children and your wife?
That's part of the job. That's part of the job. We accept, as I was saying, Sarah in the beginning, the reason why military members have to wear uniforms, even though it puts them in danger, and the reason cops have to show a badge number even though it puts them in danger, is because we give them an inordinate amount of power. And people with that amount of power need to be held accountable by the public.
Not so that they can squat, they can have somebody go to their person's house. What's the word I'm trying to go after? Swatting. Trying to swat them and have police go after them.
I'm not asking that their addresses be made public.
That has happened multiple times.
I'm asking for a badge number.
ICE agents.
Are you arguing for a secret police? Is that the
yes? That's what he's arguing for. A secret police.
No.
It seems like
you
you
want
are.
the number. What the ICE people usually do is say, "We're taking him to this place. Come and find out about him at that place." And at that place where it's a lot safer to be able to communicate between people, then they can sort of get the information that they need. Not when they're surrounded by 30 people that are yelling and screaming at them.
Should police be required to show their face? Police officers?
No, not even show their face. Have a badge. Should police require, if the police come to your house, knocking on your door, should they be required to show a badge?
Okay, let's try to meet halfway.
No. Just answer that question, please. Please, yes or no?
I'll give you this. Well, as long as that number does not associate to their house.
Okay, ICE doesn't have to do that, even if it doesn't associate to their house. I'm not asking you to tie to their house.
There's no way that anybody can possibly find their house.
Hold on. If we disconnect that from their house, would you be okay with a law that said ICE should be required to show a badge to identify themselves? So a badge with their identification number. So if they break the law in the course of their duties, the people who the law was broken, right, can report them to the relevant authorities.
Yeah, they can show where they work as their station job.
Not just something to identify them, the specific officer.
Yeah. We're talking about police or ICE.
Both.
Okay. Yes, same situation.
Yes. Okay, great. That is one thing that we can bipartisanly agree on needs to change because it's not the case now, but it should be the case
now in many cities where that number associates to their house. There's ways people can find a way around
fix
and
that.
swat their house.
Fix that. That's a skill issue. Fix
Then
that.
call out the radical left that continues to do that. Yeah, I have not seen you call them out hardly at all.
You've never seen me call out the radical left for violence.
You don't watch Whick, then.
Not to this degree.
As the radical left representative, he calls us out all the time. Okay.
People get. You guys think I get called a conservative constantly.
Center left or whatever, but.
Did you not see me? I was the first person. Hold on. Let me give my bona fides here. Bona fides, if you will. I was the first person, literally the number one guy, to call out Destiny after he made that gross comment about the fireman who was shot after the Trump rally. I was the first one to hold his feet to the fire on that, to have him on my show and say to his face, right, that was unacceptable. I have called out the left. I've called out Josiah from Pondering Politics. I've called out Econoboy for wanting to get rid of the filibuster and violate all these norms and things like that. To act as if I don't hold the left accountable just shows that you are ignorant of my content, which is fine. Not everyone has to watch me, but let's deal with reality here. And I'm just informing you all. When Biden was in power, I criticized him all the time. I think Trump is worse than Biden. And Trump is in power. Biden is no longer in power. So I'm going to criticize Trump more now.
I think that's honest. I think that's honest. Kokomo with the Big Ten says the right position is somewhere in between Trump and Biden/Obama. Trump is too strict, Biden was too loose, and Obama had a good pathway to citizenship.
I don't agree, but I think it's a reasonable position to hold.
I disagree. I don't think Obama did.
Yeah, we know you want to shoot him, so we know you disagree.
And Alexander, Ryan's new friend this evening, sends the big five, says, Mr. Bell, how the stupid do you know it's actually ICE and not some people posing as them to kidnap you?
I just got through saying, as long as they have a number they can give that does not endanger their children or something like that, then yeah, they can sort of give that number.
I think what we're saying is they're not giving that number, though. And I think part of it, the reason is, and I mean to be honest, part of the reason is that they understand that a lot of what they're doing right now is illegal, and they don't want to face the consequences later on. That's what they're afraid of.
Where's it illegal?
The illegal kidnapping of people they're doing right now. They're without presenting any sort of ID. I mean, it's.
What's the federal law?
There are going to be consequences for this. Like,
what's the federal law for ICE agents? I don't know what the federal law is on ICE.
You think they don't have to show ID?
And do you know what the law is? It's impersonating a federal officer. Very steep. So if they're out there doing that, take a picture of them. They can go after and say, "Hey, this person might be impersonating an officer." FBI or ICE.
Do you know what has happened?
We have hold on, just some guy with a black mask on. How do you identify the person?
Okay, we have videos, right, of people photographing ICE agents, and those ICE agents pulling a gun on those individuals and detaining those, wrestling to the ground and handcuffing them. Right? ICE does not want to be photographed.
Arrest? What are you supposed to do when you resist arrest?
No, for trying to film them.
Or for trying to film them.
Yeah. Because they don't want to be on film because they know there's going to be consequences.
Because maybe their buddies have been swatted before by similar people.
No, they know there's going to be legal consequences.
So you aim a gun at them for trying to take a picture of you, and that's your solution? Taking a picture of them is your solution to fight the fake secret police people?
And put words in my mouth. Quiet.
What did I mischaracterize?
Well, no, let me just ask. Let me just ask a basic question for you. Mr. Bill, Mr. Bill, please.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, Mr. Bill, please, a very basic question for you, sir. Do you think it is reasonable to expect that police, military, and other agents of law enforcement, ICE, be held to a different standard, right, than the general public? Held more accountable because they have more power. Do you think that's a reasonable thing to ask?
Yeah.
Okay, so how do we hold them accountable if we can't identify who they are?
I just said you can identify them by that number as long as they're associated.
ICE doesn't have those numbers.
They should have to, but if you really want to compromise the thing, that's the compromise I'll give you. Have a number. Say my number, ICE number is such and such. Say that's where the person's based. Go to that.
Well,
questions about it. Go to that base.
Then we're in agreement on that. Thank goodness, and I appreciate you for agreeing me on that. But this is just the tip of an iceberg of problems that ICE is doing right now that is making it harder. It's making it more dangerous for ICE agents. You understand that, right? Because people don't know if they're actually law enforcement agents. People are more likely to do violence towards them because they think they're kidnapping people.
When they have an ICE badge and they have a
they don't have
says
an ICE
police
badge.
or ICE
showing badges,
or
that's the problem.
CBP all
they
around
don't have
them.
that.
When they've got
unmarked vehicles, not showing badges, this is the
plainclothes officers.
When-
they are
when
not
they've
wearing
got
badges. They are not wearing uniforms. They're in like, have you seen these? Like they're in masks and they look like with like what looks to be like different tactical gear, but this is the same stuff you'd see going to paintball, like, or you'd see a gang member wear sometimes, right?
Or to Charlottesville.
And that's a problem. That's
Right,
a problem
let's try
because
another
people.
compromise. Let's try
If
another
I
compromise.
hold on, if I see 3 dudes in black masks harassing a woman on the street, and I have a gun, what's gonna happen? If I don't know they're law enforcement, if I don't know them from Adam, what's going to happen?
I go back to the
what
question
would
I was
you
about
do?
to ask there before. If they come out there with
What
a
would you
driver's
do?
license,
What would you
Chuck,
do
you
if
wanna
you had a
deal with
gun
the
and you saw
Carolina
3 masked men who you don't know from Adam, who have no identifying badges, don't have police on their thing, anything, right? If you saw them dragging a kicking and screaming woman into a van, what would you do? What should you do?
You'd be against it. You tell them, hey, please stop.
Thank God.
If I knew that they were ICE,
You don't know that. That's the
you
problem. You don't know.
Okay, if I don't know that they're ICE, and there's no way that I could possibly find out that they are ICE, like taking a picture of the license plate, checking it
the
against
woman's gone by the time you do that. They took her and she's gone. Right? You have moments to act. This is my reason I'm pointing this out is because most people, not most maybe, but a larger group than not might take some shots. This is why my argument is saying that the way ICE is acting is putting ICE in danger.
Caldy with the Big 5 says, how do you feel about the Nashville mayor panel releasing ICE info?
I don't know enough about that to say.
Oh yeah,
They
I'm not familiar.
They published a list of local ICE agents, I do believe.
He's okay with that because that way you have all the information about the ICE person and everything. It's okay to have all the information. It's got to be public information.
That's exactly why he did it.
Exactly. But yeah,
Whick and
these other guys, they don't care about having
identify themselves, never show their
information out
face,
there.
never show a badge,
Swatted.
license plate. They should just walk
I don't
around
believe
in
we should have
militarized
secret
clothes and
police
kidnap
in
people.
America.
That's
I'm going to make
the-
that brave stance. I don't think America should have a secret police force.
Seconded.
I don't know,
Thirded.
Wick.
We do have a secret Whick force out there, but that's different. Okay.
That's right.
We
serve honorably.
I mean, even the undercover, I can't even talk. Even undercover cops, once the takedown is happening, all the badges come out.
Yeah.
You know,
Not with ICE.
now are they?
I wonder if there's got to be some kind of reason behind it, right? Like you don't just go like undercover. And I mean, I even know that Baltimore police, like they can't even do undercover necessarily anymore because somebody, a cop did get hurt that way. He was undercover. And before he could identify himself during like a raid, like there was a miscommunication error. And they happened to end up, like hurting someone that was not supposed to be on that side of the bullet. So it is dangerous. There's a lot of risk to it. You scare the people around you. You risk misidentifying. You risk the idea of posers out there, all of those things. But is the good greater than the bad? Is there an outweighed system in there in place somehow, or things to that nature? I don't think releasing personal information, especially if it's directly targeted. I don't think that's very wise. I mean, they don't send out lists of people who were going after, do they?
I'm not asking for personally. I'm not asking that they give their like home address. I'm asking that they have something on them where they can be linked back if, again, they do something wrong and someone wants to report them for misconduct, that they can be linked back to their authorities, and if it is found that they have done something wrong, be held accountable. A badge number, some kind of identification card, I don't know, right? But something. Right now they have nothing.
Is the law right now, do you know if the law says they have to be identified or they're allowed to act in this manner? Does anybody
I
know?
believe they're
Nick is
breaking the
saying
law
that
right
they
now.
shouldn't be able to act in that manner, not that they
Right.
have any legal imperative to.
And Hector says legal consequences, they're getting doxxed. If they're not real agents, then they should face consequences. Mass invasion under Biden resulted in mass deportations. Blame the Democrats.
Always blame the
The word-
Democrats. Never.
the word
What is this
invasion is so
failure to
corrupted.
take
Yeah,
accountability for one's own actions? Where is this failure to own up to your mistakes? Why is it that I cannot get conservatives to admit that when you make a mistake, you should fix it and not pass the buck? Whatever happened to people who saying, you know what, I'm in charge, I have responsibility. If something goes wrong, it's on my head. And this basic integrity, valor, and balance that I think all leadership has failed at, but especially MAGA.
We gotta be more like Jake Tapper, don't we, guys? We gotta be more like Jake Tapper, who ignored something for 4 years and then all of a sudden decided to write a book about something. Yeah, we gotta
We
be
should
more
be
like Jake
holding.
Tapper.
We should be holding Donald Trump to the same standard as Jake Tapper. Thank God.
Yeah,
but the Democrats
So
don't.
I'm just gonna,
They're still going to
because
say,
this
Jake Tapper,
is
you're looking for your book. We didn't know that Biden was a senile old man for 4 years. Thank you for informing us.
I mean,
Same
frankly,
talking
even
points.
even Biden's like worst debate performance ever. If you actually look at the transcript of that conversation and ignore like the tone of and like the performance itself, like Biden was the only one on that stage actually engaging with the questions. He was the only one giving real answers and actually like responding to what was going on and describing real foreign policy, real national policy as well. And Trump was just absolutely embarrassing as usual and not speaking.
We destroyed Medicare. We destroyed Medicare.
Not in reality.
Yeah.
But people just heard Biden like make a gaffe about like stopping Medicare or whatever, and that's like the only thing people remember from that.
It's in the transcript. We can stop Medicare.
Also, the job of the president is to uphold the Constitution. I don't care what a bad debate performance looked like. Donald Trump is not upholding the Constitution. He said he wants to terminate it. Okay, there's one very simple job of the president, and it's not what Trump is doing.
Yeah, because I realize it's also
go ahead. Kokomo says. Thanks, Sarah. I enjoyed this debate/discussion. It's been fun. And I just posted another debate coming up on July 5th. 2 new people to the show. We've got Geeky Stoic versus RTP Talks, and they will be having this exact discussion. Our Trump deportations, I think like good for doing more harm than good, something along those lines. But it's all about this very same conversation. And of course, that will go into open panel after the debate, but July 5th. So go hit that notification bell and set that one up if you really like this one.
I would like to.
Sorry,
I'm gonna go
interrupted
after this. I
Ryan. Go
promise.
ahead. Yep.
I'm about to leave. Yeah. So, secondly, to plug in 2 days, I will be up here debating Rob Noor on a bunch of different Trump topics, which will be a lot of fun. And yeah, I just want to say that this panel tonight raised over $500 just off the chaos that my presence alone stirred up. And I think that I think that speaks highly of me personally, and I think it also speaks that highly of Whick and the topic that he brought to the table tonight. But just to be clear, Trump's ICE is not just detaining people indefinitely for civil violations or deporting them without hearings. They're doing it while hiding their identities because they know that just following orders isn't going to save them when the legal hammer drops. They're using wartime laws to bypass the Constitution, surveilling political speech, and deporting people to countries they've never lived in, all while shredding due process and hoping that no one notices. But guess what, bitches? We noticed. I'm Ryan. This is Umbreon. Have a good night, everyone.
The GOAT.
Good night, Ryan. Thanks for your time this evening. He actually got to stay on panel Like,
Beautiful.
After $500.
I am still in shock. I am still like in awe. But yes, it took a little convincing from the chatters, financially convincing. But he actually got to stay on panel. That's impressive. Hector says, I wish Andrew Wilson or Rob Noor were here to put these overconfident Dems in their place.
I
Look,
love destroying both of them. Go ahead.
you guys know where to find Andrew and you know where to find Rob. They both have access to message me as well if they're minorly informed of particular things happening. However, I'm not going to be the one to bother either of them because that is not my job to bother people. Actually, it is, but not that way.
Just
So,
FYI, though, I got about 10 minutes. So if anyone in chat has something for me, you got about 10 minutes. Okay.
10 minutes. The countdown is on. Actually, I'm getting pretty sleepy myself. So
okay.
this was like a pretty, well, I didn't get in my nap today. My daughter, I got home from work and usually I'll lay down for like a good solid half hour and that helps get me through the rest of the night. But my daughter's like, Mom, can you please take me to do this thing at this place and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, that's my nap time. Like, you really, 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 really have to do this today. And she's like, please. And I'm like, okay. And then we get there and it took twice the amount of time that it was supposed to. So I got back and then I took her on a little dinner date too. But the point is I didn't get a nap. So I am getting extra sleepy, but yeah.
I want to make sure that this is addressed because I want to make sure that we all know that I am correct on this case. Somebody in chat, Steven, I invited him to come up and he didn't. I wonder why. Said that I was lying about JGG versus Trump because it's a DC Circuit case and the Supreme Court threw it out in favor of Donald Trump. He's only saying that because he didn't read the Supreme Court case. The Supreme Court said that the appropriate jurisdiction to file it was habeas, but that the people who were trying to be ushered out of the country as quickly as possible had the right to a habeas petition. So it's exactly how I characterize it. And then it got brought back up in WMM versus Trump, the same exact case in a different jurisdiction. And the Supreme Court ruled again that 1 day isn't enough notice of your deportability. So, yeah, I don't know. Keep coping. Keep looking for different ways to where I'm wrong. I'm right. If you want to come up and argue, then feel free. Or if you want to schedule something with Sarah, I'll argue about it for an hour and a half.
Gladly.
Whick, I got a couple of questions for you.
Please, by all means.
So you're concerned about ICE agents' safety and, potential situation. I agree 100% with you in the situation. If three women or, Owen was being grabbed by three people, I'd do the same exact thing. I would go ahead and react.
Do what you need to do, right?
Yep. The safety would disappear. So, in the terms, now, what is your alternative to try to help mitigate that situation?
So,
say
uniforms?
If without that type of situation, pretending like it is a situation of undercover. Okay, what would be something that would help them in the terms?
Badges, uniforms, identification numbers.
Okay, would local law enforcement assist in that situation?
Depends on the situation.
Okay.
I don't know if it's appropriate for local law enforcement to assist when there's not really, when the risk of violence is low. For example, if they're going to a hospital or something, right? Then why would that, like the ICE agents, I mean, they can, I have nothing against it in principle, but like, I don't know.
Okay.
I think that an easier solution, again, is just identification numbers that are plainly visible, that people can reference and see, or even just when asked to produce a badge, they must produce a badge containing that identification number. I think that's a simple change that we can make that would make it much easier and safer. It wouldn't be, obviously there's some, there's just some danger in the job, right? And that you're never going to get rid of.
I hear that. Let me kind of go down the logic train here a little bit with you.
Sure.
So, in the state that I live,
highway
patrol and sheriffs, they typically are one unit, and they are situations, if they're on the freeways and such, that they require the local law enforcement to come and help them in support.
Okay.
They cannot do certain situations by themselves. Even in undercover situations, they are not allowed to do certain situations without local law enforcement being around and being able to respond. So now, given that type of scenario, what is going on? Do you think it's right that the local police and the local government are absolutely 100% refusing to help out in these situations that are putting the ICE agents in danger as well?
Sanctuary cities is kind of something I go back and forth on. I think that it becomes a states' rights issue at the end of the day. And so while personally, if I was in charge of a state and a governor, I would encourage my officers to work with federal authorities. However, I think the state should have the ability and power to make that decision for themselves. And I would not want to force on a federal level that the local and state governments must help out with a situation. Does that make sense?
I agree. I agree. No state should be forced to have to follow something in that situation other than our Constitution.
Yep.
So in that situation, but I'm just pushing back because now I'm going to just kind of say this. I love, sometimes when I come on here, Duck likes to think that I'm on the far right, and then I've had a few people think I'm on the left side. I'm right in the center. Okay. So the reason why I'm kind of arguing a point to this is that these states where these ICE agents have to go primarily are those areas, and they're putting extra danger for those agents regardless.
Okay, go on. Please finish.
Because they are not even willing to assist. Some officers are in those states are willing to help out, but their departments are refusing them to be able to do that. Doing so would be endangering or causing their job to be disappeared.
Okay. That is something, if you want to advocate for it, I wouldn't necessarily be against that. But I would say that the onus here and what is creating more of a problem is the way that ICE is behaving. And keep in mind, ICE doesn't go to the dangerous areas, right? They don't go to the cartels, to the gangs, and that's by design, right? They have been, again, from on high, from Stephen Miller, right, instructed, and they have a quota, right? 3,000 immigrants, I think either a month or a day or something. They have a pretty insane quota that the New York Post is reporting is just too much. It's lowering morale, right? So they are going for the easiest fruit they can find. We're talking schools, we're talking hospitals, we're talking court appearances where immigrants who are following the law and trying to make their asylum and immigration appearances. That's who they're going for. I don't think that they need to behave in such a manner under these conditions. What's the guy in the hospital going to do?
Yeah, I agree 100%.
Okay,
I think
that we don't have a disagreement here, really. I mean, we could argue on the nitpick.
No, the only reason why I came up was I wanted to actually have the conversation to kind of put the scenario to have the conversation back and forth.
That's okay.
Because I honestly, no offense to you, but I think you're actually not a left centrist. I think you're an actual classical liberal.
Okay. I mean,
I'm saying
there's nothing wrong with it. I do believe in free speech and free trade, so there.
Yeah. So I'm just kind of saying
maybe right. I do have some conservative views. That's true, but I would have voted, or I did vote for Harris. I would have voted for Biden had he run. I think that MAGA, as bad as Democrats might be sometimes, and no one hates Democrats more than Democrats. Okay, let's be real.
I mean, the extremes on both sides are kind of circling around and becoming down the other side of each other in the terms.
The horseshoe and reciprocal radicalization. We can talk about that for hours, but yeah, at the end of the day, thank you. I do appreciate you coming and having the conversation and actually pushing back. I want pushback. I want my ideas challenged, because if I don't have my ideas challenged, or if the challenge is just empty slop, I don't get better, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's exactly it. We don't.
Iron sharpens iron.
Yep, and if we stay in our own little bubbles, we never get to hear any dissenting voices to challenge our thoughts. So I like that. So
Cool. Well, thanks for showing up.
Quick, you want to keep civilians safe. Keep ICE out of the civilian area where they don't want to sort of fiddle with that situation. So you're against sanctuary cities and states.
I go back and forth on whether they should.
At least in the sense of the prisons and everything. You have a convicted. We'll say convicted. I think it should be less, but if there's a convicted person that's illegal in that prison, should they call ICE and say, we've got somebody here that might need to be deported. It'll cost us less money. Can you guys come and get them? Should they be able to do that? I mean, if the state law allowed it.
I don't know if I want to release dangerous criminals to other countries. I think I want to keep them in prison.
And let's say if the ICE's policy is if there's a convicted person in the U.S., they're going to send them to El Salvador prison or whatever. So they'll still be in prison.
I don't know if I trust other governments to do prisons in a way that wouldn't violate Eighth Amendment.
The person is not a citizen of the United States.
I understand, but I don't think anyone.
They're going to another prison in another place.
I don't think
where
anyone,
where they came from,
regardless of their prisoners, their citizenship status, should be subject to cruel and unusual punishment. And I trust our government as more than I trust like El Salvador's government, right? Because I can hold my government accountable in a way I can't hold El Salvador's government accountable. So again, I'm okay with deporting violent criminals, but if we already have them in prison, why not just keep them there?
Because it's costing U.S. taxpayers money for somebody who's not
money to
legal,
keep
that already did something against U.S. taxpayers by committing a crime.
The deportation costs money too, right?
Huh? Yes, but it's a temporary.
I can imagine it'd be significantly cheaper though. Like
$300 plane ticket versus 30 years in prison. Are you kidding me?
Hold on. You do know we pay CCOT to keep those prisoners, right? It's not free.
Yes, true.
But there could be a situation where this person committed a crime not only in the U.S. but also in their original
we have
country.
extradition laws in that case, and whatever the extradition laws say, we'll do.
Speaking of deportation, it's time for everybody to get the fuck out. So, Non-Fun, would you like to start with your closing statements, please?
Sure, I'm Non-Fun. I'm the ultimate globalist, okay? The gains from free trade are large, and the gains from immigration are arguably even larger, okay? I think Whick is absolutely right in everything he said, and Riddield is also right. He's my goat. I'm Non-Fun. I'm going to keep streaming for a while, so if you guys want to check me out, I think we'll be talking about, we might be talking about the ICE a little bit more, and then we'll be talking about Zorhan and probably some of the Iran stuff as well. Stream on YouTube at Non-Fun and Twitch and Kick at Non-Fun420.
Thank you, Non-Fun. And if any of the wrenches want to drop your link in the chat, that's perfectly welcome. I am already set to raid Resla this evening after this show, but we're more than welcome to drop the link so that if people want to continue this conversation, they can follow you, Non-Fun.
I appreciate it.
Dragon Rage, would you like to give your closing statements, please?
I didn't even think to have anything prepared at this moment, so give me a second.
Sure, we'll skip on. Rinyal, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I'm Ringyald. I like the Constitution. I like defending the Constitution. I really don't like that half of the country is not interested in defending the Constitution. All of the people who were in the comments who disagreed with anything that I said didn't actually disagree with anything that I said and were just looking for nitpick things that weren't related or criticized my shirt. So that's how I know that I won an argument. I'm trying to get to 500 subscribers on YouTube. It's Rinyald's Notebook. All right. I want to start making money. So help me start making money. And yeah, Whick, let me on one of your panels.
Anytime, just DM me on Discord, buddy.
And feel free to drop Rinyald's link in the chat as well, please. Thank you very kindly. Mr. Bill, sir, what the fuck is that?
Somebody called me a boomer earlier.
I'm going to have fucking nightmares. Send him away. Goodbye, Mr. Clowny Face. To you, Mr. Bill, your final thoughts, please.
Only Mr. Bill. As you'll notice that when I was talking to these guys, I came to try to come to some kind of compromise in most situations. None of them would come with any kind of compromise from my position. And also, in most cases, I got cut off in the middle of most of my thoughts. But anyway, if you guys want to sort of help me out with my headache after talking to these guys tonight, check me out at Only Mr. Bill on YouTube or Twitter or whatever is out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bill.
I am ready.
Fair
So that way
enough. And before you go, shots are fired over at Rinyald from Hector. Says Rinyald would easily get dismantled by lower IQ than Wilson or Noor.
I know you got to run to your safe daddies. I know that Andrew Wilson and Rob Noor could never do anything wrong. I know that, there's no conservative baiter that's better than that. And you have to, anytime a conservative gets beaten in an argument, you'd be like, well, you wouldn't beat Andrew Wilson. Like, okay, come talk to me. I don't know.
Fair enough. Go ahead, Dragon Rage, with your final thoughts.
So I do have to say I really do enjoy listening to Whick. Some of the conversations I've listened to over the last couple of months kind of sometimes sounds like a screeching owl. No offense, just in a couple of the debates, but tonight it was absolutely 100% perfectly. Sorry, I'm having a brain fart. Audible, understandable, and actually intelligent in terms of it. I really appreciate what he brought forward and the fact that he's willing to listen and push back as well without getting insane about situations. So I really like it. And, I think the Trump administration is going a little bit overboard. And I do think that, unfortunately, is a cause and effect from previous situations. So do I think it's right? Not 100%. Do I think it's an inevitable thing that would have happened? Yeah, unfortunately. Just one of those situations. So that's where I stand tonight.
Thank you, Dragon Rage. I appreciate it. Vibe, I know you just got back. We're doing final thoughts if you have some closing statements to kick around.
Yeah, my closing statement, and thank you for bringing me on in the last minute because I realized I was coming in at the last minute. Whick, I actually want to have a one-on-one with you. Not a debate, just a discussion, because I actually do respect where you come from. I like the intelligence from there. Love to just have a
DM me.
Just a conversation with you one day. With that, I mean, that's all. I just came on to say I do respect Whick. I disagree with a lot of things, but I think we can find some common ground. So just want to jump in and say always appreciate listening to you.
No. If anyone, and this goes for anyone, I guess is a common theme. If you want to be on my show, or if you just want to talk to me, my DMs are open on Twitter and on Discord. Just DM me, and I'll probably answer as long as you're not telling me to that you're going to find my family and kill them, which has happened more than once.
Oh no!
I'm not going to do that. I do want to have a one-on-one.
I might answer you and tell you to do things that I can't say on stream. But
I can connect Vibe and Whick. I'll connect the both of you on Twitter if you want.
He has my Discord too. I mean,
oh, he already has your
does.
Discord.
He's DM'd me before.
Oh, you guys are already be making out and shit.
Yeah,
fuck
true.
that! I didn't be adding any work to this then.
I just didn't want to say it publicly. So I'd love to have a one-on-one with Whick.
Yep, DM
Have
me.
that debate discussion.
You didn't want to tell him publicly that you guys already have a little date. Is it like a Netflix and chill kind of thing, or what are we talking here?
We ain't chilling at Netflix. Okay.
We'll see. We'll see. It's gonna be big.
Although you two, you fucking nerds, you would be sitting there like watching some Star Wars and shit and being like, "This is so fun, guys. Who brought the popcorn?" And Hector with the shots firing one last round before we close says Rin Yap, who is the Democrat leader at the moment who holds their true values in modernity.
I don't know. I mean, like, if we're defining true values as like not wanting to terminate the Constitution that you take an oath to uphold, then almost anybody's better than Donald Trump right now. I don't know. It's not time to vote. I don't know. I'm not even super strongly aligned to the Democratic Party, but it takes, apparently it makes you a diehard, bleeding heart leftist to fight for the Constitution. I don't know. It's a shame where our country's at right now.
In other words, he means Crockett.
No, I hate Crockett.
Yeah, all right, fair enough. And look at this. They're just still sending the love. Kissy Cat with the 20. Not 1, not 2, not 5, not 11, but 20 gifted Gauntlet memberships. Love sent across the board. Thank you, Kissy Cat, from the bottom of my missing heart. It's black. I'm soulless. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be sure we have Friday night. I've got a whole list of them. Friday night, we've got a debate with it's It's titled as Mod Monday, but that's only because of the format. You got to get used to this, okay? Friday night, tomorrow night, we've got Andrew Wilson, Jim Bob, and then 2 of the Mormon debaters. We've got Josh Stacy for Senate on Twitter, and Dennis. Oh, I can't remember his last name. Anyways, but 2 very kind gentlemen who are excited to come and debate the continued series of the Mormon debates. This is number 2 out of, I believe there will be a third, I believe. And we will kick those off again tomorrow night. Then Sunday night, of course, as Ryan said, come back. Him and Rob Noor are debating on the Trump administration and the miscommunications and false and true and this and that and all of that. It's a well-needed debate that is coming. I'm very, very, very excited for it. I've actually have a whole Word document of their topics that they want to go through. And then, of course, Monday night, it'll be posted here shortly. We've got Moderator Monday with Andrew Wilson, Marte Rules versus Charlie, thanks to Whick TV, and a new person. It is Personality of Cult. He's really big over on the Threads side of things. So click a bunch of buttons, hit a bunch of notification bells. There's even more scheduled beyond that. Outside of that, I love you all. Fuck off.
Do I not get an outro? That's sad. Oh well. Give me a second, gang, and I'll say hi to you guys in a second. Hold on. Give me a second. Blah blah blah. Don't leave. We're gonna be done in a second, but yeah, hold on. Give me my little things. Okay, you guys can see me now. What do we got? Tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern, we're gonna have Irrelevant on. We're gonna have Julie Sadkick got on. We're gonna have Kirby Fine, and we're gonna have Tuna Chip, and we're gonna be debating hookup culture. So tune in for that. Also, next week on July 2nd, I believe, we're going to have Tali on for her trial, and it's going to be taking place, I believe, I'm 90% sure, on Live and Learn. The Live and Learn people, Pisco, Hutch, Econoboy, Josiah, are going to be holding Tali's feet to the fire, okay? So you wanted the trial of Tali, you're going to get the trial of Tali, okay? And we don't go by half measures here. So tune in. We got some great other stuff coming up that I'll get set up over the weekend. But thank you for being here. And thank you to my donors. We're having some issues with my YouTube, so I can't. I'm having, like, on my studio, it's not showing me any of the chat. I don't know why. But it is showing me if I just tune into the normal thing. So I've been trying to keep up with that, but it's not perfect, unfortunately. Thank you to AK Batozai for the $10. I know MetaWorks super chatted me. I saw that earlier. Alexander Rin for the $100. Thank you for that. Tatsuo for a membership of 1 month. $5 from Brian Harold. Says, how does one enjoy the convos if they wanted? I'm sorry I missed that. But there was a link. It wasn't my show, unfortunately. Check it out. Should be fun. It's simulcast, no Cal Mike. I think I'll be streaming too. I don't know the details though. Counter Boy says he set it up, so we're gonna set it up. It should be fun. Any questions before I go? Otherwise, I'm gonna go relax and do other things. Cool. Like the stream if you haven't. Love you all. See you tomorrow, 6 p.m.